Oh, right, yes, which is what I said. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Ordinary Council Meeting 4540 of Huntersville Council, the last ordinary meeting of 2024. Could I ask you all to please be upstanding? I'd like to acknowledge and show my respect to the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, of elders past, present and emerging. The prayer will be delivered today by Reverend Michael Armstrong.
For those who pray, I invite you to pray, and those who don't, I invite you to take a moment of quiet. Most gracious God, in your providence you gave this land to the Wallamata people. As we continue to learn to live together on this land, we pray for hearts that seek to be reconciled and united as one. We pray on this night for peace among the nations, mindful at this time of year of the place of your birth. We pray for the peace of Jerusalem and Bethlehem, and for all nations that surround these sacred cities. Pray for an end to violence, vilification and animosity in our own nation, that your peace may prevail. We pray for our community, giving thanks for our many blessings, and ask you to encourage us to live in a spirit of unity, compassion, generosity, and concern for one another. We pray for our council, for Zach, our mayor, for councillors Carla, Carol, Ross, Mark, Julia and Tatiana. Pray for Mitchell, our general manager, and for all the staff. We pray for your grace, that they may diligently and honourably, free from private interest or prejudice, discharge the duties entrusted to them. Pray upon them a spirit of wisdom, compassion and generosity. Pray for willingness to work together for the common good of this municipality. We pray too in this season of holy days and holidays, for rest and restoration, and for safety for all across our community. We lift this up in the name of the one who came among us, revealing how to live well, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you, Reverend Armstrong. The proceedings of the session, including all data and addresses by the public, are recorded and webcast live on Council's website for the purpose of facilitating community access. Webcast archives are stored and available to the public on Council's website. The recordings may be disclosed under the provisions of the Government Information Public Access Act of 2009, the GIPA Act. Members of the public attending Council meeting may have their image, voice and personal information, including their name and address, recorded, publicly broadcast and archived, or as an observer or other interested party, members of the public consent to the use of their image, voice and personal information. Councillors, there are no apologies. Any declarations of interest for today's proceedings? If not, we'll move on to item 1, confirmation of ordinary meeting 4539 held 25 November 2024. Could I, before we do, move Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor Prieston. Could I just ask members of the gallery, when you do speak, it does carry up the front, so if you could just remain quiet for the proceedings today. Moved Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor Prieston. Any discussion? If not, Councillor Vergara.
At the most recent council election, I had a number of residents indicate to me that they were concerned about closed sessions of council. I addressed those concerns by indicating the factual position that 1, there are occasions where councils are required to consider information which is sensitive and confidential, and information that ought not by its nature be disclosed to the public. 2, that this fact is expressly recognised by the Local Government Act. And 3, that a closed session only ever happens on the recommendation of council's professional staff and with the passing of a motion of councillors, which means that the competing interests of protecting confidential information is appropriately weighed against the public interest of transparency. At item 4.5 of the minutes of the last meeting on page 7, we can see that process and those checks and balances in operation with Independent Councillor Williams' motion to close the meeting to the public, which is seconded by Independent Councillor Lane, and moved by a majority of 6-1 with Liberal Councillor Julia Prieston voting against closing the meeting. I call that out as an example of this council's good governance when undertaking the legally mandated process of balancing the competing public interests.
Thank you, councillor. If there's no more discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in, councillor Williams, you're right to reply.
Yeah, in response to that, I'd make it very clear that the only reason we went into confidential session because council wouldn't discuss what I believe issues that should be in the public forum at that meeting. So the only option was to move into confidential session to discuss a very important issue.
Thank you, councillor Williams. Any further discussion? All those in favour? Against? That is carried unanimously. We'll now move to item 2.1, which is a mayoral minute with respect to the Hunters Hill Christmas card competition, just the big issues here. I'll read out the recommendation. This is just a notice of motion to, a mayoral minute to acknowledge the organisers for the 2024 Christmas card competition and Villa Maria Catholic Primary School for the competition entrance. This year we've judged the 2024 Hunters Hill Christmas card competition, which now has been running for 3 years. This year the competition was hosted by Villa Maria, as I said before. I was honoured to judge the competition. Christmas cards were entered into the comp and were created from students from kindergarten to year 5. It was great to see so many talented and creative designs, as it was exceptionally difficult to choose a winner. But the winners for this year's Christmas card competition was Rosalie from year 1 and Harrison from year 2. And the runners-up were Adriana from year 5, Connor from kindergarten, Giselle from year 3. And we thank them all for their participation. And for all of you in the gallery, you can see the Christmas card entrance out in the hall, out in the foyer of the hall. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That is carried unanimously. I now move to item 2.2, upgrade of the Hunters Hill Museum, Town Hall and inclusion of an arts gallery. We have this motion, Miss Felicity McCaffrey. Felicity, if you'd like to, just come to the podium. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm part of the Hunters Hill Historical Society. I'm the Treasurer and Vice President. I've been a member for a number of years, and we feel that ongoing funding for the museum is necessary to upgrade the building, which holds important items of Hunters Hill's history. Firstly, as a council-owned building, it is a really big need of maintenance, so that the collection of what we have and have been gifted over the years is housed in a protected environment. It holds precious photographs, stories, and items donated from the local community. And in the last year, we had some funding for oral history, so we now have 5 oral histories, very valuable oral histories of the elderly, some of the elderly people who have lived in Hunters Hill most of their lives. We hope to continue to do that. I have lived here for more than 30 years and live in a historic home. So I am invested in the history being shared and documented. And it's a really interesting history, Hunters Hill. It's just such a unique place. The current space has water damage, mould on the ceiling, roofs. It really needs to be rectified. Painting needs to be done. The carpets need to be replenished, redone. Mostly through the curated space, needs to be enlarged to house the many pieces of history which cannot be displayed to their potential at the present time. We always envisaged the Priory may or might have become a space for the museum to move into, but failing that, the enlargement of the current space would be of huge benefit. I urge all councillors to support the extra funding from the local council or the state government to enable this to happen, and I believe the local community support would follow this. By living in Hunters Hill, we're all stakeholders in the museum and the history of Hunters Hill, and we'd be really grateful for that support. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicity. If you could just stay up at the podium, I'll just ask if councillors have any questions. If not, sorry.
I'm happy to take any questions.
All good. All good. Thanks, Felicity. I'll read the report. Hunters Hill Historical Society held a meeting with council on Friday, November 29, seeking our support to develop a project scope for a proposal to upgrade the Hunters Hill Museum, to upgrade and modify the Hunters Hill Town Hall, and investigate an inclusion of a new art space, something that I know certain members of the community have been wanting for a very long time, and certainly I've had a lot of interest in. The Hunters Hill Museum is in urgent need of a facelift before it falls into a state of disrepair. Some of the existing issues with the museum include mould, poor ventilation and lighting, high humidity, worn-out carpet, limited volunteers, and no long-term storage space. This is an opportunity to upgrade this important facility that showcases the rich history and heritage of Hunters Hill, while also addressing outstanding accessibility and operational challenges within the Hunters Hill Town Hall. It was suggested in the meeting that the museum could be expanded across the length of the town hall where the stage currently sits. The existing stage requires substantial upgrades which can be resourcefully undertaken during this project. It also sits at a height which poses a significant risk to people traversing up and down the stairs, which I'm sure many of you in the room have seen before. Creating a new fit-for-purpose stage at the opposite end of the town hall, upgrading the audiovisual equipment in the kitchen will improve this facility, allowing it to meet the needs of more hirers and making it a valuable community asset. The project proposal also gives the council the opportunity to explore the option to include a mezzanine level above the museum for an art gallery, which could also add to the cultural offerings in our community. The Hunters Hill Historical Society and Council have noteworthy artworks which could be displayed in a fit-for-purpose art gallery. This space could also give Council more scope to include initiatives such as the Artists in Residence program or hosting touring art exhibitions and heritage walks. There are significant local amenities that would also support the proposed concept, including the Congregational Village coffee shop, the Sunroom and the Garibaldi Village. The aspiration of a combined museum art gallery and enhanced town hall could also be staffed by council employees, which would alleviate the need for volunteers from the Historical Society to always be present to enable both the museum and the proposed gallery to be open to the public all council business hours. Additional programs and services that can be offered by renewing this space makes it a worthwhile project to consider in the future. However, to achieve this vision, the first step is to create a project scope and design concept, which is what I'm asking of you today. The cost of this would be in the parameters of $25,000, which would be funded out of Council's existing operating budget for 24-25 and will be reflected in the next quarterly budget. The museum upgrade and addition of the art gallery would attract local donors and philanthropists, in addition to being eligible for significant art and cultural spaces grants. This will be explored if the project is given the green light at this meeting. And I might just add that the Historical Society did quite a lot of work last year with the federal government's program to lend significant artworks to cultural institutions like councils. The National Gallery attended the museum and the town hall. They put humidifier meters in there. We were attempting to have a number of Nora Hyson's works and a couple of Hans Hyson's works. And for those of you that don't know, Nora Hyson was a resident of Hunters Hill and a very significant artist who was the first female winner of the Archibald Art Prize. It was determined by them that they were not comfortable lending us the items because of the state of the museum, the humidity levels and things like security. So this project is to enable us and the museum not only to continue their operations in a way that gives them longevity, but it might also attract to Hunters Hill and to that space a quality of work that we would be very lucky to have in Hunters Hill. So what we're asking today is for the seed funding to enable that process to begin. Councillors, any discussion? If not, Councillor Lane.
Sorry, a little bit. Look, I think it's a great idea, and the only thing that I'd say is a technical one. I was looking at the Code of Conduct, and I think 9.9 of the Code of Conduct means that this shouldn't be a mayoral minute, but a motion. I'm quite happy to support the motion, but I was just going to suggest that it was turned into a motion so it doesn't accidentally breach the code.
I don't believe it breaches the code, but I'll take the advice of the General Manager on that.
No, a motion can be moved within a mayoral minute, Councillor.
I'm just looking at the part where it says it must not be used to put without notice matters that are routine and not urgent, or matters which proper notice should be given because of their complexity, etc.
Notice was given as part of the business paper in the normal way, Councillor. So I don't think that's an issue. Councillor, any other discussion?
I think
Council,
Mr. Mayor,
General Manager.
9.10 is the more relevant clause.
Point 10. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Along similar sort of lines, I really support the museum and I think it's great. And I think it's really sad that it's got to the stage it has. Since the flood that went through the building a year or two ago, we haven't really got on top of those issues which have been highlighted in terms of humidity and preservation of very important photographs, documents, etc. I don't see how this really addresses that issue. It's a longer term vision, something that would take 6 months to do the report and then whatever time it takes to accumulate the money. There's also an item, the next item, that relates to developing a bust of a prominent 1880s Hunters Hill artist. I was just wondering, Mr. Mayor, whether it might be a more productive way forward at this stage to combine both of those and use the 30,000 for immediate restoration and upgrade of the museum to make it functioning in a way that will preserve those very important documents. The other issue that I think needs to be considered as well, and it was raised by the speaker in terms of the location of the museum and any subsequent association with an art gallery. And I think that we're currently in a process of looking at the Priory in terms of its ability to be developed or further preserved and enhanced. And that process has been going on for now 15 years. And the most recent process of the potential for it to be a restaurant is the last 7 years. And at this stage, seeing council gave a deadline of March last year to resolve the issue, that we should be looking at a plan B. And a plan B would be, as indicated, an ideal location for a community centre, because the actual plan of management for that location, for that building, clearly states it's for community purposes. It should be managed for community purposes. So it would accommodate a gallery, artists in residence, cafe, all those sort of things that you've mentioned in here. And I think council would be best, or yourself maybe, to defer this to a subsequent meeting where we can work out a strategy or identify what is the best way forward for this function and this service and this important opportunity to build around our arts community. To just jump in and do this now without considering the broader picture, we may miss the opportunity if the Priory process falls over, which it hasn't borne any fruit to date, that maybe that is a more appropriate location for such a venue. So I'm supporting a way forward, but I don't think it's tonight, the decision. And I don't think using $25,000 immediately to get a plan will solve the problems that we've heard about the condition of the building and the ongoing need to preserve.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Just a couple of things. There is a current expression of interest bidder who is undertaking works on the Priory, so I'm not quite sure what you're referring to there. I do believe do it once and do it right. And I think to do that, you do need to kick off this process. I think that the maintenance issues that are ongoing in the hall aren't going to be rectified with a couple of band-aids. That being said, I will move on to the next speakers, Councillor Tanous-Sleeman.
I have a
Some
question.
questions.
Yeah,
Yes.
question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree with Councillor Williams. I'd like to confirm that the 25,000 is actually just an initial scope. Is that correct? And we'll
Correct.
get some indicative planning.
Correct.
Is there actually a grand plan in terms of what this would ultimately cost? And do we know what budget that probably will hit in? I'm assuming it'll hit into the following budget.
Yeah. So the scoping document is to determine what the best physical makeup we can achieve out of that portion of Town Hall. And I would imagine when you're going for grants money, particularly from the state government, and I think that this is a project that local philanthropy probably could also pitch a little bit into, because I think that there's some significant collections of art that could be put on loan to a facility that is scaled in the right way. I don't envisage this as being a large cost to council. I think that this is something that once we have a project plan that we can go to state government, to the arts and cultural grants writers and make applications, because until we have a plan, they're not likely to write us many grants, and obviously tapping into that local philanthropy is another key to this being a successful project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Prieston.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just make a quick comment.
Speaking for?
Yeah, I'll speak for the mayoral minute. I would generally agree that we're not to make decisions necessarily in a mayoral minute without scope and a design concept. However, I think it's quite dire the state that the museum's actually in. I mean, the report details a little bit about mould and decrepidation, and I think that considering the significance of the museum itself and its public benefit, community benefit, I think that it's a small cost to against the benefit that it could likely bring for the community. So that's why I'm in favour of scoping, developing a design concept and seeing where it takes us from there.
Thank you, councillor. And that eventual scope will come to council for eventual adoption, I would envisage. Councillor Lane, question?
Yes. Have we actually gotten quotes? I agree with Julia. This is a very small investment. From my experience, perhaps too small an investment to do the investigation of a combined town hall, museum and art gallery. And to your point around mould and acoustics, those are usually specialist services, and each of those might cost at least $10,000 each in my experience as well. So ironically, we may be spending too little on the concept to get a good outcome. And I would just make my previous point that perhaps this just needs to be a motion where we can put the right.
Thank you, Councillor Lane. I stress this is not a DA. This is a scoping document, and the General Manager has indicated to me that that is an amount that he is comfortable with. So I think to kick things off, to make sure that the museum is being well supported, to come up with some concept plans that will come back to council for adoption. Obviously, this came out of a meeting that was held with the Historical Society, which identified these issues. I'm very comfortable, and I think if the General Manager wants to make comment to the figure, given I've very kindly for him put it into the operational budget, if this motion is successful, and he's going to have to manage that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, I'm comfortable that essentially what we're looking at here is concept plans to allow us to go to both state and federal government and potentially private backers to say, what do you think of this concept? So it's not a DA, it's not full architectural plans, it's essentially concepts, because as we've spoken about on many occasions, the reason why we've been successful at getting the volume of grant funding we have in recent times is because we actually go with proper documents that shows what we're trying to do, as opposed to just putting a hand out and saying, this would be a nice to have. So I think the two things here, Mr. Mayor, based on the comment tonight is one, yes, within our existing operational budget, we can find the money to do those conceptual plans. That's just a very early step. The second thing in regards to the emergency things around carpets and moisture, that can be dealt with in the quarterly budget review after Christmas to address that straight away. Just make a point about the priory. Just so everyone's very crystal clear about the priory. Not going to make any comment about current or future potential users of that facility, but if we were to obtain a new up-to-date QS on that, it would cost millions just to bring the priory up to code before we even entertained what you put in there, and council does not have that money at the moment. So so that's where we're at.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Prieston, question?
Yes, please. Is there potential to cap the project scope development and the preparation of design concepts as recommended by the report at $25,000 with a report being brought to council?
It is capped because that's the allocation that I've identified in the motion in the mayoral minute.
Okay,
that is the cap.
Okay, so after the cap is reached, councillors will be notified and.
Well, no, the cap is for a scoping report that will be brought to council. Right. Yeah, and then if there was a budget allocation, Again, I don't envisage that to be the case. I think this is something that we needs
Receive a
to
grant
try
for.
and seek government grants for, both state and federal, and potentially some local philanthropy. Particularly if there is an art gallery in concept, we'd probably have to think about people who could put things on loan, which would be a fantastic resource for the community. But the cap is that the cap is 25,000 for the professional staff at council to bring us a set of concepts.
Just to add to that, Mr. Mayor, the answer is quite simple, Councillor Preston. We'd run a standard procurement process to a scope of works, and if that figure was more than what we envisage it is, which we wouldn't, we come back to you.
Yep.
I'm not going to
Thank
go and spend over the budget if the minute is amended.
Yes.
Councillors, any further questions?
One typo.
Typo?
In point 3, you need to add is delegated authority. You need to add the word authority.
I'm happy for that to be the case. Yep.
Delegated by delegated authority or something.
Delegated. You have the delegated authority to do it. Take the word.
As the delegated authority who utilise. Yep. Comfortable with that, councillors? Yes. Okay, any other discussion? If not, I'll put the mayoral minute. All those in favour? Against, sorry. Yes, that carried with Councillor Williams and Councillor Lane voting against. Item 2.3 is another mayoral minute. The purpose of this is to allocate the remaining $5,500 from the 2024 community grants budget. Again, I'll read the report. Council endorsed 15 applications under the 2024 community grants program at its meeting on 25 November. The report noted that there was $5,500 remaining in the allocated budget for that year's program. I'm proposing that the remaining funds be allocated to 2 community projects that have been brought to Council's attention. Both these projects were referenced in the 25 November Council report. The projects are the installation of new flagpoles at Villa Maria Public School and the commissioning of public art bust of Pujanet as requested by the Hunts Hill Historical Society. In their evaluation, the 2024 Community Grants Assessment Panel noted that the unsuccessful application from Villa Maria Catholic School in 2023 should be considered for retrospective funding from the remaining budget, and students from Villa Maria Catholic Primary School in Hunters Hill have previously contacted Council to request assistance in funding a project to install flagpoles in the school grounds. They also applied in the 2023 Community Grants Program. Unfortunately, their application was not successful that year because of influx of applications. Villa Maria teaches us, their submission was the following, that Villa Maria teaches us about our own Australian history and the importance of recognising the original custodians of the land. It is important for us that we pay tribute to the traditional custodians of our land during our weekly school assemblies and significant occasions throughout the year. On behalf of Villa Maria School community, we'd like to raise the need for new flagpoles at our school. We'd like to purchase these special flagpoles for the display of 3 flags of Australia: the Australian flag, the Aboriginal flag, and the Torres Strait Islander flag. Given Council also adopted this in the reconciliation action plan this year, the project has merit and that it also drives the action of raising community awareness as listed in the document. The school has informed Council that this project is still outstanding and that they would welcome the grant funding and Council's support. The assessment panel also noted that the Hunters Hill Historical Society contacted Council seeking seed funding for a public art project. The funding would be used to commission a public art bust of local artist William Pujanet. It will be placed outside the Hunters Hill Museum next to the bust of artist Nora Hyson. While they had not submitted an application to the 2024 grants program, given there is a remaining funding to be allocated, this is a fantastic project for Council to support arts and culture. Pujanet was an Australian landscape painter who lived in Hunters Hill when he moved to Sydney in 1880 before he died. Pujanet was particularly interested in painting around the Lane Cove River. I'm recommending that the assessment panel's suggestions are endorsed by Council and the remaining funding from the 2024 Community Grants program budget is allocated to Villa Maria Catholic School and the Hunters Hill Historical Society. Councillors, do you have any questions or does anyone like to speak to the motion? Councillor Tanus Sleeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to raise a comment to the reallocation of the community grants of $1,500 as proposed to the installation of the new flagpoles at Villa Maria Primary School. I'm very strongly of the belief that we are a country and a community united under one flag. We should have respect for the Indigenous flag and the Torres Strait Islander flag, but they are not our national flags. I would put it to the committee that we would take the $1,500 and allocate it to much other needed community resources, potentially additional resources at beyond.
Thank you, Councillor Tenese-Lehmann. Any other speakers on the motion? Councillor Williams.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm quite comfortable with the school getting flagpoles, but I just raise that issue again in terms of the Historical Society. Is the $4,000 best used in using a bust, or is it best used in providing improved facilities for them? I'm sure they've got a list of things that are quite urgent, and I'm not quite sure the bust would be at the top of that list. The issue around things like the bus and the Nora Hyacinth bus that's already out there is that quite often philanthropy will provide the money for those sort of unique and important projects, but I'm not quite sure whether that would be the highest priority for the museum to spend $4,000.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. That request come from the Historical Society, so I think that they're probably best placed to set their orders of priority. Councillors, any further questions or discussion? If not, I'll put the mayoral minute. All those in favour? Against? That is carried with Councillor Tenese-Lehmann voting against. Councillors, you would have received a late mayoral minute, and I do apologise, which we'll deal with now, which is a report to honour Alice Arnett Oppen, OAM. I'll read the report. So with heavy hearts, we recognise the passing of a truly remarkable woman, Alice Arnett Oppen, on 2nd December 2024. Born in New Jersey on 12 February 1939, Alice moved to Australia in 1964 and was a long-time resident of Hunters Hill, having moved here with her husband, the late Conrad Oppen, in 1966. Then they were married. They were both early members of the Hunters Hill Trust when it was formed in the late 1960s, and Alice served on the Auxiliary Committee and 4 terms as president. During this time, she helped protect the heritage values and the characteristic of our municipality today. Alice had a Bachelor of Arts degree, English Language and Literature and Letters, from Smith College in Northampton, and a Master of Teaching from the University of Chicago. She taught literature in secondary schools and tertiary establishments, including Knox Grammar School, TAFE, and the University of Sydney, where she also pursued her Master in Australian Literature. She published 2 books, Shakespeare Listening to Women, 1999, and Just While I'm Waiting in 2009. Alice was a board member of the Jessie Street National Library, chair of the State Library of New South Wales Foundation, served on the board of the Christian Children's Fund of Australia, and was part of the Sydney Harbour and Foreshores Committee. She was also the founder of the Women's Plans in 2002, later named the Women's Plans Foundation in 2004, advocating for better outcomes for women and their families by making contraceptives available to people who had limited access or no access to family planning services, and providing education about family planning. Alice is a descendant of the Arnott's family, famous for their biscuit empire in Australia. She was a director of Arnott's Limited from 1994 to 1997 and fought to keep the company in Australia. It was fitting for a woman like Alice, who had such a vast list of achievements, that she made a lasting impact, and who had advocated strongly for what she believed in, to be awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia in 2011. The OAM was presented to Alice for her service to the community through a range of roles with heritage, women's and charitable organisations. Her funeral was held on 12th of December at All Saints Church in Hunters Hill, with hundreds of people attending to pay tribute to her well-lived life. She will be sorely missed by so many people in the Hunters Hill community, and the legacy of her work will continue through all the people that she touched. Councillors, any discussion on this mayoral minute? Councillor Williams.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to acknowledge Alice as a very important and prominent member of our community. Her roles with heritage, women's and charitable organisations was outstanding and very significant, and that culminated in the Order of Australia Medal. I quite often bumped into Alice when I was out walking in the streets. And she was always very cheerful and very keen to have a chat about issues around Hunters Hill. She also, we were both fellows of the Australian Institute of Company Directors, and she always took the time to come over during those events to talk about issues that were topical for her and relevant to Hunters Hill. Now, a person like that was a foundation member of the Trust, and on the 50th anniversary of the Trust, she gave a very passionate but very brilliant speech about the history and the purpose and the meaning of the Trust, and I commend it to anybody who wants to delve a bit below the surface of the Trust. I attended the funeral, and I just confirmed with Reverend Armstrong in the eulogy that one of the notable contacts in her life was she was wheeled in the pram because the family lived in America and they were actually involved in physics, and she was quite often wheeled around in a pram by Einstein, which is an important piece of information, but it just sort of shows the depth of experience and exposure of Alice. I think we'll all be missing Alice as the time goes on, and I commend your mayoral minute, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a great tribute to a wonderful Hunters Hill woman.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Prieston.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to particularly acknowledge Alice's contribution to affording women empowerment and the ability to choose. Women have been disenfranchised and marginalised for generations. The first woman was elected to federal parliament 20 years after the first man was in Australia. We all know these stats, and we all know that we have a really long way to come. And what Alice's organisation, Women's Plans, did was provide over $1 million in grants since 2004 to women in the Asia Pacific and in developing nations within the Asia Pacific for access to contraception and other methods of family planning. She reached 8 countries, including Cambodia, Laos, Papua New Guinea, Vietnam, Myanmar, Timor-Leste, Fiji, and the Solomon Islands. And I think that that's really important work. And it's important to note that this work will continue through the establishment of this organisation, and they'll continue to honour the work that she put in at the very start.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion, councillors? If not, I'll put the mayoral minute. All those in favour? Against? That is carried unanimously. Councillors, I now move to item 4.1, Fairland Hall Planning Proposal. We have a number of speakers to this item. Our first speaker is Cathy Merchant. No? Our second speaker, Karen Raisin. Thank you, Karen. You have 3 minutes.
Councillors, like so many in the community who have followed this saga, we looked forward to reading the public hearing and submissions report by the independent consultant engaged by council. We were pleased to see the findings indicated there was indeed strong support within the community not to reclassify the portion of the site occupied by Fairland Hall and the playground. And as we had already identified, there was strong support to subdivide the northern portion of the site to either sell or lease to the 2 adjoining property owners, given that the land was inaccessible. Despite all the recommendations made to council in the independent report, your response was to proceed with the reclassification, to plough on through with total disregard to options and assessments to the contrary, one of which was to consider the viewpoints and issues raised in verbal and written submissions. Council's justification, the reclassification of the land in its entirety would facilitate the practical and orderly future stages of the proposed management of the site. Not sure exactly what facilitate future stages of proposed management of the site really means. So, councillors, can we ask you this evening for your understanding of what's going on there? In addition, and throughout this report and the whole process that we've gone through, there was one reoccurring theme and word from council that stood out about wanting flexibility for other purposes. And we would question what that flexibility is and what happens next. We know it's totally unnecessary to take away the entire community land lot. It can easily be subdivided and reclassified operational just for the two northern parcels as outlined in the report Council has chosen to ignore. It would also have been beneficial to see the legal outcomes to the propositions and options that were posed in the report. However, this area is always missing or unavailable for public sharing. I think it's, well, not I, we think it's rather wasteful that our rates pay for independent advice from consultants for it just to be ignored. We're told there is no direct financial impact on Council's adopted budget as a result of this report, and that the land reclassification seeks to reduce Council's long-term financial liability associated with the management of 14 Church Street through subdividing and selling or leasing the northern portion of the site. Can this really be the case given consultant fees and the legal issues that have taken place to date? As to the social impact assessment, tonight's report states no social matters have been identified that would preclude seeking the proposal. However, it should be noted community consultation associated with this proposal has strongly identified and expressed social significance of CA Fairland Hall to members in the community.
Sorry, councillors, and Karen. Moved an extension of time. Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor Tennis Sleeman. Any for? Sorry, for, against. Sorry, I'll do that again. For, against. That is carried.
Thank you. I'm almost
3 more
there.
minutes.
This wording, quite frankly, is absurd to what we know, and it really is just a platitude to identify that there is a social significance and then dismiss it. Clearly, there is a social impact on community. It seems we can gift rugby clubs, yet we can take away from quilters and mums and bubs that use the playground. Clearly, there's a desire for flexibility for Council to hold all the cards and to use our money to employ independent consultants only to ignore their findings. It's both appalling and galling and flies in the face of what parkland planners discovered in their report. In previous generations, there was gifting of land for the benefit of society as a whole. In this generation, there seems to be no generosity of community spirit at all, just a potential to take control of a community asset with future flexibility for other purposes to make Council's financial bottom line look a little bit more impressive. Can the community ever believe in the authenticity of Council to genuinely seek our feedback when it fails to respect or reflect on the community response? Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. If you could just stay for councillors, do you have any questions of Ms. Rosen? Councillor Preston.
That's fair. Thanks, Karen. You mentioned making Council's bottom line look better. In my view, having more funds available to the Council for expenditure in the way that the operational budget describes affords the community better opportunities and better facilities, at least the potential for those to come about. Do you agree with that, or do you think that money is better spent maintaining and not providing new and kind of progressive opportunities to the community?
Well, I really came here for answers tonight rather than being questioned on some of these things. And, you know, one wonders what this flexibility for other purposes relates to, if you could perhaps answer that as well.
I can't personally answer that, but I think...
Sorry,
I'm not
please don't interject from the gallery. The speaker and the
all I'm saying is it's not, I don't think, an opportunity to make the budget and the papers look good. I'm just asking you if you see having funds on the balance sheet available for Council's use as an opportunity for community facilities to be grown.
Well, we have...
Councillor Williams, sorry.
The speaker has already said that she said what she...
That's fine. If you can't answer, Karen, that's fine.
doesn't have to answer questions.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think, Councillor Williams, we've done this long enough that speakers do generally take questions. If you're uncomfortable, Karen, or you don't want to answer
All
the question,
I would
you don't
say in answer to that, and I bear in mind that I'm speaking on behalf of others, so I've got to be mindful of not my personal opinion, but we know that Fairland Hall was gifted to the community in perpetuity. And its council was given the responsibility in 1967 to continue with that, caveat or bequeath or whatever you want to call it. And you're taking away, there's no need to take it all away. We have the community through this report, there were so many options that council could have chosen to look at and seemingly didn't want to go there. And so there are other solutions to this. It could have been subdivided, part of it operational, part of it remain available to the community as was previously pledged. And I think it's that uncertainty that people would like some answers on, Councillor Priester. Thank you.
Karen,
Yeah.
if I could just perhaps address some of your earlier comments. Fairland Hall is one of the lowest use halls that we have, almost by metric of 50%. It only gets used by about 30% of its time. The nearest hall gets around 80% use. So it is obviously deteriorating. There are assets within the council portfolio that are deteriorating. It has mould issues. It has rising damp issues. It has major electricity upgrade issues. It has plumbing issues. It has access issues. It's on a major arterial road that comes into Hunters Hill, so parking and dropping people off is incredibly dangerous. I think that it is the job of any responsible local government to look at its property portfolio and what community use gets put into these buildings. And let me be clear, there is no proposal in this reclassification to sell the land. If it can be moved to a better location for its current uses and council can use that site for something different, that will be considered down the track. That's not the proposal that's here, but the flexibility that gives us to at least have that conversation is part of what this is about. And if that gives you any more surety, then that is the intention here. And it came from a desire a couple of years ago to look at these assets, what is performing well and what is performing poorly. And in the metric of what is performing well and poorly, Fairland Hall is the worst performing community asset within the Hunters Hill municipality's portfolio and only gets used 30% of the time.
Well,
It also is very unsafe at the moment.
Well, I feel very sad that it's been allowed to get to that point by
As do I, by
previous councils
over a
as
long
well,
time.
that it really, and it is a community asset. So one would like to think that if you're going to take it away, we'll get something else in exchange negotiated in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Can
Karen,
I please ask a
of Karen?
Yeah, sorry,
Karen.
I did have a
Sorry, you
question.
have one more. Councillor wishing to ask.
Yes.
Hello, thank you. You always have such in-depth analysis. It's really appreciated by the councillors. Just a clarification in relation to what you said at the end. In the independent report, one of the recommendations was it was number 3, but effectively holding a public hearing regarding the proposed reclassification of the 2 northern portions, retaining the southern comprising Fairland Hall and using the funds from the sale of the northern portion to renovate CA Fairland Hall, which I think addresses your concern, Mayor Miles. So am I right in understanding that you would support if the council had followed recommendation 3 of the independent assessor?
I think so, yes. To renovate it would be terrific and to use the money to do so. And again, it's the having the facts is very, very important and very important to the community because it is a community asset and that's all people want is to have a genuine engagement and find out, the realities of it all.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, last call. Is there any other questions? No, thank you. Thanks, Karen. Sorry about that. We have another speaker to this item who, speaker number 6, Maureen Flowers. Thank you, Maureen. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I obviously will be saying a little bit similar to Karen. My query tonight is why is council rushing through this resolution and shoehorning such a contentious issue into its last meeting of the year. This proposal is not time sensitive, and the expenditure of a great deal of ratepayers' money on an independent consultant to conduct a public hearing and prepare a comprehensive report warrants proper consideration, not to be just dismissed almost before the ink is dry. It is unacceptable that this report, with its workable solutions for the management of land gifted to the Hunters Hill community, is given such scant regard. Even putting that aside, were this proposal to go ahead as it stands, where is the return on investment? The huge cost to council time, 2 sets of legal advice, and consultants' fees add up to an enormous expense for ratepayers. We're told that the justification for this proposal is to discharge the caveat in order to lease or sell the northern portion of the site and use the proceeds to facilitate repairs to the hall. Very sensible. Luckily, the solution has been given to council because, in addition to options spelt out in the report, further legal advice has confirmed that it's perfectly possible to reclassify only part of a lot and to have that part discharged from any trusts, covenants, etc. So surely this is now the obvious course of action, although the revenue generated from selling 2 small landlocked plots is unlikely to go anywhere near compensating for the costs. But no, apparently council doesn't want to take this solution either, because of the reclassification of the land in its entirety would facilitate future stages of the proposed management of the site. So what are these future stages? If there's no threat to the community land on which the hall and playground stand, then what site management issues are different from existing? To rush through an unnecessary change of classification for the whole site smacks of another agenda, and one can only assume that the real intention is to facilitate the future sale of the community land for development. As many submissions have already identified, council's statement that Fairland Hall will be safe for the foreseeable future, in fact, only serves to indicate that its long-term fate is already sealed. It is an absolute betrayal of that original generous donation to ensure the site remained as a community asset and the efforts of former residents who funded the building of the hall. Councillors, if you are sincere in only wanting to reclassify the land to resolve the caveat and sell the northern portions, you have the option to put forward a revised proposal to the Minister to reclassify only that part of the site.
Sorry, we'll make an extension of time. Councillor Williams, seconded. Councillor Tanis Sleeman, all those in favour? Against? That is carried. You have 3 more minutes.
Thank you. I've just finished now. For the good of the community and for your children and ours, who are likely to need all the public space, land and assets they can get, I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask if councillors have any questions, but just before I do, clarifying the time sensitivity, there is, as I understand it, time sensitivities as to why this is coming to council. General Manager? Sorry, Director.
Mr. Mayor, on page 39 of the attached documentation to the report provides a project timeline, and the timeline we have to meet the timeline because the planning proposal runs out by the department in April. So our project timeline is the plan is to be made by March. So therefore, that's why the referral now the reports at council in December. So we are time sensitive.
Okay. Councillors, any questions? Thank you, Maureen. We have one more speaker to this item, Alastair Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Alastair, you have 3 minutes.
I'm speaking as an individual. I'm going to take exception with the very heading on this page. The heading says, "Action: Implement recommendations from the LSPS." Now, I looked up at the LSPS to see what it had to say about Fairland Hall. What it said is that infrastructure priorities being addressed now are maintenance and repairs, and this is 20 20 of them. Maintenance and repairs to Henley, Fairland Hall and grades for occasional childcare centre. The LSPS makes no reference to Fairland Hall other than to say council should be maintaining it, or other than saying council is maintaining it. That's what that's the statement on the LSPS. Now, council doesn't seem to have met the requirements of the Local Government Act, which says that council should carry out functions in a way that provides the best possible value for residents and ratepayers, act fairly, ethically, and without bias in the interests of the local community, and should consider the long-term and cumulative effects on future generations. But most of all, council decision-making should be transparent, and decision makers are to be accountable for their decisions and omissions. Now, I notice the council is still using the weasel words, saying that it won't.
Sorry, Alistair, I would refrain from using that sort of language in the council chamber, please.
What language?
Weasel words.
Why? I put it in inverted commas. It's a common phrase.
Well, Alistair, I take exception to that, and I'm sure the author of the report does. So I'd just like you to keep to the substance of the issue, if you could, and keep it respectful, because I'm sure that the author of the report would take exception to that.
The words are the foreseeable future. A guarantee of that something will happen in the foreseeable future is worthless when council only lasts 4 years. So that means that in 4.5 years' time, you're not bound by any decision made. Foreseeable future. I noticed in the report of the public hearing that council, the report writer writes that council has a conflict of interest in this planning proposal. I don't think you have declared that. I note that there's intense community opposition to proposed reclassification of the whole site, including the hall, and that the public hearing report proposes the solution simply to only reclassify the part that you wish to sell. Council proposes, and I'm quoting, that reclassification of the land in its entirety would facilitate the practical and orderly future stages of the proposed management of the site. I won't say that's gobbledygook because you asked me not to use colloquial language. I'll say I'm afraid that this just sounds too much like leaving open the possible sale of the upper portion of the land, including the hall, at some time beyond the foreseeable future. Good.
Sorry, Alistair. Moved extension of time, Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor Tenese-Lehmann. All those in favour? Against?
I have one more
I'll do that again. All those in favour? Against? That is carried.
In conclusion, I call on council to avoid any decision tonight that includes reclassification of the upper part of the land on which the CA Fairland Hall stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharp. The questions of Dr. Sharp. Councillor Lane.
Hello, Dr. Sharp. Again, I really appreciate your thorough analysis on this and on Vernon. First, just the same question that I asked of Karen Raisin, which is, can I understand from your submission that you would have supported a version of number 3 of the report, which is the partial sale?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm proposing.
And then the second thing is, in your analysis of Vernon, you went into quite a lot of detail of 3.1. And I guess if I can indulge myself a second, I noticed in that disposal.
Oh, that's about.
Yes.
Vernon.
That's right.
Sorry, Councillor Lane. Councillor, is this relevant to the matter in the paper pertaining to this item?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I will be speaking separately about it.
Yeah, sorry, I've confused everyone. What I was going to say is that 3.1.5 says that council needs to consider any statutory or other reasons, including any actual or implied trusts before it disposes of land. And I wanted your opinion on whether or not, in your view, that would prevent council from being able to flexibly do anything with Fairland Hall in any case.
I can't answer that directly. That's outside my area of expertise. But I did want to say that the Mayor's comment about the fact that Fairland Hall is less used than the other halls, I think it's a chicken and egg thing. It's, as you said, Mr. Mayor, it's very poorly maintained. It floods. It's mouldy in the downstairs. And in spite of the LSPS saying that you will maintain it, you haven't been doing that. So if it were properly maintained, I think you would find it will use a lot more. And another factor is that when I looked up the usage of the hall, I found, yes, it's not used all day, every day, but the time it is used overlaps with the time that the hall up in opposite the shops, the same time that one is. It's the busy times, the busy times. And so while it's not used, every morning of the day, it is used at the same time. So if it's essentially located, convenient to get to Small Hall. There's only one other one like that. If you were to take this one away, it would be disadvantaging the committee because the other halls are inconvenient of location and of inappropriate size.
Again, Alistair, no one is suggesting we're getting rid of this hall.
Oh, I think you did.
No, sorry.
You certainly gave that impression.
Sorry, Alistair. No one is voting on this hall going in this meeting. Reclassifying allows council the flexibility to assess a whole bunch of members of the gallery. I must insist. There were sheets left on your seats today that explain the rules of this chamber, and I would implore you to be a little more respectful. This is not an interaction between you and the councillors. There's a speaker who has made an application. He has the floor. We are having an interaction. Please be respectful of the chamber when you're in here. They're put out there for a reason because conduct in the chamber in the last couple of meetings has not been good. And I have to say the conduct tonight is just about the same. Alistair, there is no suggestion at the moment. That is not to say that in the future that there might be an opportunity either to do this hall up substantially or to move its uses to another area. That work has to be done at some time in the future. It might be done by a future council. But I'm not suggesting that this hall is going in this paper, nor is anyone at council. If that was to happen, it would be the subject of a very separate process that must be undertaken in any shape for the portions of land to the north of the site to be sold to anyone. So there will be another opportunity for the public to engage with council to do anything. That is all a public process. All that we are deciding on tonight is to reclassify the land consistent with the planning proposal that was lodged and supported almost a year ago.
You have exactly described my fear. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Sharp. Councillors, Councillor Preston.
It's not a question to Dr. Sharp, but
Yes.
a question that I'd like to raise through you.
Sorry, Dr. Sharp,
to
that's
the
okay.
General
That's
Manager.
not a question to you. Thank you.
As a governance professional and a lawyer, the aspersion that council has a conflict of interest in the process that's to be determined under the report that's brought to council today, it's highly concerning. I want to know if council is in fact conflicted in this proposal. I note that the report mentions council's interest in the proposal as landholder has been noted within the planning proposal as outlined within this report. It can also be noted that council has resolved not to be the local plan making authority in relation to this planning proposal. I just wanted to know, is that the case, and is the reason that we as a council are not conflicted in the application because we are not going to be the local planning making authority in the event that this motion is passed?
General Manager.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Preston.
Kieran, I believe, is on too.
I will refer to the Director of Planning, but I will respond with these points. Let's talk in facts. We're not the decision-making authority here. This planning proposal went to the local planning panel nearly a year ago. It's an independent subject matter expert panel. They voted unanimously to support the planning plan proposal. Nothing to do with council. All matters relating to council-run buildings have to go to the local planning panel. It's in the report. It was supported 4-0. 3 of those members are highly esteemed subject matter experts, plus a very well-respected local community member. Unanimously supported. Secondly, there has never been any intention from the officers to even contemplate sale. The planning proposal is to reclassify predominantly for us to enable us to deal with, factually, the encroachment at the back of the hall. And we will recover funds if we're able to do that, but we can't while it's currently zoned the way it is. And I'll also ask the Director of Planning to add to that.
Mr. Mayor, as what the General Manager says, totally correct. Just to add that we're not the consent authority, it's the Minister of the day that will sign off on this planning proposal, and it's all in the report, and there's no issue about conflict at all.
Okay, so thanks. In your view, General Manager, through you, Mr. Mayor, can the council and the councillors rest assured there is no conflict of interest in this
100%.
proposal?
100%.
Thank you.
Councillors, any further questions? Not. We have a motion in the paper. Councillors. Councillor Williams.
Mayor, I'd like to move the first 2 recommendations in the report. And then I'd like to add as a part 3.
Councillor, just clarifying, did you send these amendments through earlier, or are these amendments you're moving on the floor?
Moving them on the floor.
Can we just halt for a moment and get the minutes, the minute taker to bring up the motion, just so that we can be clear about what we're voting on?
Thank you. Oh, good. Thank you.
So if the staff member refers to page 117, the assessment recommendations from the assessor, item 2, towards the bottom of the page, subdivide lot 92 DP 666674 into 3 lots. 2 northern lots, joining 9 and 11. You want to copy it across or whether you?
Just take your time. As long as it takes, just word by word, no rush. Just absolutely take it.
I will remind councillors something that the General Manager has raised several times. To avoid this situation, which wastes everyone's time, including members of the gallery, I implore you, if you are going to make these things, please send them through to the minute taker earlier, because this is going to take substantial time now. Councillor Lane has had the good courtesy for amendments that he's had today to send them through prior. It just makes everyone sit here in silence and waste everyone's time when we don't do that. So, Councillor Williams, we're going to have to take our time and do this the slow way. But
Oh, Mr. Mayor, councillors are entitled to move motions from the floor.
they are, but as a common courtesy,
Yeah,
councillor, we have asked you as good practice and courtesy, not only to your council colleagues, but the professional staff, to be able to send them through earlier. If the intention was to amend the motion, then that's what you should have done, but we'll do it the slow way.
But your assumption is that I knew prior to the meeting that I would amend it this way. I've listened to the community and I think that this is probably the most appropriate way forward. That's why I didn't send it through. And I think that's a reasonable position for a councillor to take.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, can I ask Councillor Williams what page you're referring to before?
117. and it's item 2. In the based on the decision, council should consider several options. And number 2 is where you divide the block into 3, change the classification for the northern 2, and you retain the classification for the southern one. And I think that's what I heard clearly as being an important outcome the community is looking for.
One, sorry.
Two. It says, based on submissions, council should consider several options. 2, subdivide lot into 3 lots. And
Yeah, I've read it.
yep, okay.
I know what you're talking about. I just wanted to confirm it was 2.
So I'm not providing information off the top of my head. It's information in the report, which everybody's read. And I think it is very fitting to what the community are concerned about. And I share many of their concerns.
Oh, no. I don't.
No. It's the one above that. Oh, but yeah.
It's just 2.
Well, what I was suggesting was that we retain the first 2 steps in the motion, which are to
Those 2 at the
receive
top,
a note.
Councillor Williams. Yes,
Sorry?
those 2 at the top.
Yep, and then the second one is the third point in the motion.
And that's it, Councillor?
Yes.
Are you comfortable with that motion, Councillor Williams?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Lane, are you seconding the motion?
May I suggest a minor amendment to the motion?
Not until you've seconded the motion, and we're in debate,
Oh,
but yes.
Right, okay, then I'm happy to
Second the motion, thank you. That's the motion on the floor. Councillor Williams, would you like to speak to the motion?
Could I hear Councillor Lane's suggestion before I speak to it?
Yes, I guess.
Make it easy.
Trying to think through the protocol of that, but yes.
Yeah, I think given that we're talking about a planning proposal, there's missing words before 3, which just says amend the planning proposal to facilitate or something like that.
Yep.
Sorry, amend the planning proposal in order to.
Yes.
That's all.
Councillor Williams, you comfortable with that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Certainly would, Mr. Mayor. It's important that we took the time to get that in the motion. a situation here where there've been public consultation, we've had a public hearing, and we're just prior to the motion that I've got there, we're just preparing to dismiss all that and move forward with a process. Now, we say that it's not going to be sold, but if it stays as community land, then it can't be sold without a significant process. If it's operational land, council can just move forward relatively quickly to achieve that sale. So the report doesn't say sale, but it uses a lot of words that people have inferred, and I myself say that it is a potential outcome of this to move to sale of the land. And that's not in the interest of the community, as we've heard through the consultation process. We need to also consider maintaining confidence in council's processes. And if we're not following the advice we're getting and we're jumping to a scenario outside that, then I think the community will ask some questions as to why. To me, it is a very important community hall in Hunters Hill, and I've heard tonight that it is in disrepair. Well, it is used by several groups and they do enjoy it. And I'm sure if council invested a bit of money in maintenance, then several other groups may enjoy it as well. I think it's important that we keep in mind that this land was provided to council or to the community through a trust process, and to break that without any future clear path as to what's going to happen to it, I think is not in the best interest of the community. It's unnecessary because the assessor at the hearing heard the community and raised a workable solution so council could dispose of the northern portion but still retain the southern portion as it was originally intended. There's no impediment to that. I think it's a win-win for everybody. The other issue is getting a fair and reasonable price in relation to the sale of those two lots if they're made as separate lots to the north. It is interesting as to how that process would work. And to me, what if the price that's set by an independent valuer isn't what is expected by the potential purchaser? It's not sold. And we're still left with the scenario that we have at the moment. It could be leased, which might be a useful way to move forward if that's the case. But I noticed there's an interesting thing about the cliff in there. Who is responsible for the cliff? If you sell the land, you've got a cliff that maybe is unstable or may need support in future years. Who's responsible for that? So I think what I've heard tonight, it's important to retain the southern portion of this block as community land. Council needs to adhere to the advice that's given by the relevant consultation processes. And to me, the future of the northern blocks is a little bit uncertain as to how we move forward with those, even if it is operational land. So, Mr. Mayor, I commend the motion to council.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Prieston, I might just, I had an indication that the director would like to talk to a couple of points there, if the general manager is comfortable.
Well, I think it's important that you get the feedback from the director about what you're actually attempting to vote on, Mr.
Could I just get the motion up first so that we all are very clear? It's not the one in the business paper. Yes. Director.
No, that's not it.
Sorry. That's fine.
That's it. No. Point three.
Transmission that they required.
Subdivide, the one about subdivide. Amend the planning proposal to facilitate. In order to.
Councillor Preston, did you have a question or did
Yeah,
you have a yeah, oh, I might leave the comments of the director until we get that put up. Councillor Preston.
Oh, I can ask my question.
Yes.
I'm not sure who it would go to, but maybe to the director of planning, maybe to the GM through you, Mr. Mayor. We've heard a lot of concern around the potential sale of the site that the hall rests on. I just want to know, so from a personal platform and something that I'm incredibly passionate about, and the reason that I care about this community so much is to afford the community the best opportunity and the best facilities and the best kind of prospect to enjoy the land on which we live. So I want to know, and like there's no conspiracy here. It's not that councillors know something that other councillors don't, and the staff know something that's going to happen in 17 years' time, and we're not aware, and we are aware. It's genuinely, I've considered the information before me and the submissions and the recommendation of staff and the recommendation of Kieran Metcalf and the recommendations of various professionals. I want to know, in the event that the land is reclassified and portions are sold to the adjacent landowners and potentially, I don't even know if this is possible because it's not what I'm considering today, but I want to know, considering there's a lot of chit chat about it, what would happen in the event that Fairland Hall is sold? So we've heard from a representative from the Hunters Hill Trust to say if it was sold, the community would appreciate, I'm speaking on behalf of Karen, kind of not verbatim what she said because I can't remember exact words, but a quid pro quo for the community of another facility somewhere else, or I'm not really sure, but I want to know what would happen in the event that Fairland Hall was sold, and would it afford the community, as Karen mentioned, an alternative that functions better, that performs better for the community, that is able to be leased out by council at a commercial rate. And is it an optimal solution? Like, I don't know, and I don't know if the staff would be able to answer that tonight. But would it be an option, and would it be optimal? I mean, I did Jimbaroo in Fairland Hall when I was 3 years old, and I haven't used it since. So I don't.
Roundabout question, and please direct your questions through the chair. Don't reference people in the gallery.
Yeah.
I've already roused on the gallery once for referencing councillors.
Yeah.
I can say that if there was any prospective sale of the site, that would be a wholly separate process and would have to go through the same rigour that other sales of public land must go through, and it must be consistent with the disposal of land policy, which is an adopted policy of council, and would be treated with the same thoroughness that process demands within the policy. So that is not being considered tonight. I can say while I sit in this chair, Fairland Hall will not be something that we dispose of if there is not requisite capacity in other sites to do exactly what that hall does for the community, because the community will not be any worse off if we provide better services for them.
Well, my question is, would the community potentially be better off is what is.
We
and
can't
it's a hard
consider that.
question to answer.
I can say that I wouldn't consider personally any disposal of that
The sale.
hall unless there was a good reason to do it and there was requisite use in afforded in other spaces. But that's not being considered in this report. It is something for the future. Sorry, we do have the motion up now. The director.
Mr. Mayor, some advice on this proposed resolution, which I've only had five minutes to have a look at. The planning proposal is a different animal to a subdivision proposal. So subdivision is via development application. So there's three parts to this resolution. One is amending the planning proposal. You can't. The planning proposal is really basically for the reclassification. So what one could do is either the resolution should read that the planning proposal be ceased and that the resolution of council of the 28th of August be rescinded. That closes this plan proposal. The second component of is to subdivide three lots is should we need to get an independent town planner to prepare a subdivision and lodge that subdivision into three lots. Hence, we need a budget to do that. And the third part to this resolution is then propose a plan proposal to reclassify the northern portion of the land so for future sale. So we need again go back to a plan proposal similar to this under that portion of land, which again we need another town planner, independent town planner to prepare a planning proposal to go through this process again and a public hearing and what have you. So there, I break that up into three sectors, which needs to be altered to make it formalised in the spirit of that resolution.
So what I'm hearing, Director, is that this motion cannot be carried in its current form.
Not effectively.
No. So it would need to be amended to lodge a subdivision, which I believe is a DA process.
You need to rescind this current.
Yes, you need to rescind the planning proposal, lodge a DA to subdivide the land, and then lodge a subsequent planning proposal in order to do this.
Yes.
Okay.
The intent, yes.
Yes.
And we need a budget as well.
And you'd need you would be required to allocate a budget unless it would be it would not be a valid motion. Councillor Williams.
And the budget's important because we need external advice, independent to ensure we have the independency, no conflict issue.
Councillor Williams, given that advice, do you wish to either amend or withdraw your motion?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'll stick with it and see where we get to. I think this issue about extra costs and whatever, to me, we've just allocated $25,000 to a feasibility study. I think this is so important that funds, we've already spent a lot of money. Funds are quite important to be found to deliver a decent outcome.
Sorry, that's a line. Sure. Sorry, Councillor Kassab.
I just wanted to ask, given what the director has said, can I foreshadow the motion should this?
Yes, you can. So that is foreshadow the motion in the business paper. Yes. So if this motion fails, then the motion in the paper will become the motion.
Correct.
Just to be clear. Councillor Lane, sorry.
If I can assist Councillor Williams, I agree that with the director that I think that in its current form it is deficient. But I think we can fix it fairly simply if you're happy for a further amendment. I'm sorry about the delay. I think instead of the word amend, we should say effectively, withdraw and
prepare
resubmit.
a subsequent.
Yep.
Withdraw and prepare a subsequent planning proposal.
I think you just said withdraw and resubmit, but sure. And then just that first word. Yes, thank you. Withdraw and resubmit, or sorry, I've forgotten.
Just say withdraw.
Okay, well, sorry, withdraw the planning proposal.
The current plan.
No, that's the planning proposal is what we're considering.
Yep.
So that's fine. Yep.
Comma, and submit a new planning proposal for partial reclassification. And instead of the words to subdivide, it should say to enable subdivision. New planning proposal for partial reclassification to enable subdivision of lot 92 into 3 lots. And where it says and reclassify, it should be by reclassifying. We can delete the last sentence as well. It's just a note from the other. Are you happy with those changes?
Sorry, councillor, before you finish.
Yes.
Two portions, in my view, of this motion are still deficient.
Sure.
You haven't identified a budget, and you haven't addressed the capacity to subdivide, which you'd have to do, in my view, and I'm happy to take advice, you'd have to do prior to lodging a planning proposal.
I'm happy
to have that clarified.
But I think it would be good to clarify. I'm happy to identify a budget if need be. I provided my fellow councillors after the hall an example of a planning proposal for partial reclassification, and my recollection is that example that I provided didn't discuss subdivision at all. But I'm happy to take that on the advice of the director.
Director or general manager, either or.
Mr. Mayor, like I said, I broke up their recommendation as 3 parts. First was subdividing, creating the lots, then create a planning proposal to reclassify, and then selling those lots. So it's really subdivision first, planning proposal second, and then you've got the reclassification to sell it. So that's the steps.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, just keep in mind, currently, rightly, there is no boundary. That's the other thing that needs to be considered.
Yes. Councillor Lane, well, Councillor Williams, number one, do you accept the motions, the amendments by your seconder?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Given that there is 2 deficiencies still in the motion, do you propose any further amendments? No. That leaves us in a little bit of a quandary. I have a resolution that we are not able to act on. We'll continue debate. Councillors, any speakers against the motion? For the motion? Councillor Lane.
Just in relation to the motion as it stands, there are multiple ways of reclassifying part of the land. As I said, I've already provided all my fellow councillors with an example from North Kellyville of that. I appreciate the director's point, but it's a preference perhaps rather than a requirement. If I read the North Kellyville planning proposal as an example, I think equally we've had plenty of motions in the past that don't necessarily go into detail on the funds, but I'd be happy to accept an amendment in that way. I think, though, really, rather than talking about the legalities of the words on the page, I'd rather talk about the equitable outcome that we're talking about here. And this is a real opportunity for us to have a win-win with the community, as Councillor Williams said. My personal view is we went into this planning proposal with a mistake in the legal sense of the word. Many people, including my good councillor at the time, as is captured in the report, understood that the land could only be classified as operational land in total, and that's what prevented us with a partial classification, and that's what the independent assessor has written at the end of her notes. We now understand that's not the case. And so with the greatest respect for the local planning panel and everyone else that made that mistake, we're now disabused of that fact, and we have the opportunity to amend our planning proposal to reflect what I understand everyone in the room on the day understood the motion to be, which was to dispose of the back only. The community, one way of looking at the three speakers that we had on the floor today was we had 3 people in support of what we wanted to do, which is a fantastic outcome. You know, we're used to the community providing their vociferous objection. In this case, they all said we would support a partial reclassification and sale of the back. That wasn't my view going into the meeting. I thought we should keep it intact, but the community has spoken, and we have a way of honouring the intent of that community while doing exactly what we wanted to do when we put the planning proposal in place. So I think now that we know that the mistake was made, and the director in his latest report has said that a partial classification could be done, I think we all can find a way, including amending the planning the motion, you know, with the advice of these excellent lawyers across from me, so that we give effect to the intent of the community. And then we can show what a wonderful example of where we've gone to consultation, we've heard the advice of the community, and we've done what we and they both wanted us to do. So I implore all of the councillors to work with us to amend, if need be, the motion so that we can give effect to that intent.
Thanks. One clarifying point from the director.
Is it, Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify that there is no error in this process or in this report or previous reports. This report and the previous assessment is basically addressing and assessing the resolution of council to assess the whole site as per the resolution of council. There was quoted independent assessor. The person that conducted the communication consultation was a hearing. It was not an assessment, planning assessment. It was only a hearing to hear what the community said. Quite rightly, the community did mention they wanted to split the site. And what the councillor said needs to be highlighted. And I take council to page 17 of the report, which is verbatim the council, the legal advice. And it is possible to reclassify only part of their lot. However, the relevant part of the reclassification needs to be accurately identified. It needs to show the surveyed boundaries of that part that is to be reclassified. Yes, you can do partly reclassification, but you need a boundary or some sort of identification. We have not got this here, and we can't amend the plan proposed to identify that. So to be very clear, there's no error in this report, and there's a legal advice is on page 17, very clear.
Councillor Vergara.
Move that the motion on the floor be put.
There's a motion that the motion be put. All those in favour? Against? Sorry. No, we're sorry. So when there's 2 speakers for, opportunity for 2 speakers against, councillor can move a motion that the motion be put. I'll put the motion that the motion be put, and then we vote on the motion without further debate. Councillor Williams.
Who were the 2 speakers against?
No, they afforded the opportunity to speak against, and I've offered that twice now. So that's a valid motion that the motion be put. Councillor Vergara, I'll now put the motion that the motion be put. All those in favour? Against? That is carried unanimously. Now we're voting on Councillor Williams's motion, seconded by Councillor Lane. All those in favour? Against? That is lost. The motion in the paper becomes the motion. Moved by Councillor Kassab, seconded. Councillor Tanous-Sleeman. Any further debate? If not, I'll put the motion. Sorry, Councillor Vergara. Speaking for or against?
Bit of both.
Bit of both. Okay, I'll take it.
I voted in favour of Councillor Williams' motion. That's lost. I'm Natalie Imbruglia. I'm torn because I do see the benefit of the motion, and I agree with largely what Councillor Lane said. But I've been wrestling with this because the local strategic planning statement does say that we've got an obligation to optimise and adapt existing local infrastructure. It does call out Fairland Hall as a piece of infrastructure that is ageing and that may not meet modern needs and standards. So I do agree that I would never vote for the sale of Fairland Hall unless there was something else, unless we had a fit for purpose facility that met modern needs, that met modern standards and provided an equivalent, if not better, community benefit. So I do think that, I mean, I didn't know what flexibility means, but I assume it means doing that. Dr. Sharp said that we've got an obligation to provide for the best possible value for the use of local infrastructure and to look at the long term. So looking long term, having gone through the trouble and expense of putting this proposal in and sunk that money, I do see value in reclassifying the whole thing, given that the Councillor Williams' motion was lost, that we now proceed with it, knowing that my position will be we never sell it unless there's an equivalent or better community facility, and that we have the transparency of any proposal for sale has to go through the rigorous and transparent process of sale. Any DA would have to do the exact same thing. So having those safeguards and having the obligation to provide for the best possible value and use and having a long-term vision, then I'm going to vote for this motion.
We got there in the end. You're speaking for. Councillors, any speakers against the motion? Councillor Williams. Sorry, question. Councillor Priestley.
I want to
Speak for
which motion?
the motion on the floor, which is the motion in the paper.
Yeah.
So sorry, no. So I need against now. Councillor Lane. No, sorry, Councillor Williams. You had your hand up first. Councillor Williams speaking against.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think the community would appreciate and deserves certainty about this issue. I wouldn't do it in my time on council, or I can't foresee it happening unless we've got an alternative. To me, it could be solved instantly by retaining the community land classification on that parcel. It makes sure that there is security for it. And okay, if in 20 years' time somebody says, I've got a better idea, then they can go through the process and engage with the community and come up with an outcome that's acceptable to the broader interests of our community. So to me, I would like to make certainty for our community through having this reclaimed as community land. And we're told that we've got to go through a whole lot of process to do that, so be it. If we need to reflect on the motion that was lost, then if there are ways to improve and enhance it, it could be brought back to council by staff to achieve that. But my point is that we need to give community certainty around this issue, and the people around the table might have goodwill, but in 4 years' time, there could be totally different people around the table. So we haven't identified an alternative place to move it to. We haven't identified basically what would come of a future sale of the land. It's all about, in my mind, let's keep it safe. If there's a future process, then it can play out in its fullest, but let's save it as community land, and we have a win-win if we have the lower area subdivided.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor Prieston.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaking for the
Mayor.
motion.
I think Councillor Vergara articulated what I was providing context for in my question during debate. I personally, as a matter of good governance, would never proceed with the sale of Fairland Hall without knowing, as I said in my spiel, that the community was not better off, and the community deserves the best quality and the best outcomes and progress. I think progress is also a word that we should be using, because in its current state, Fairland Hall, as we've heard tonight, is not fit for purpose. The flexibility afforded to us by converting it to operational land is not lost on me as a benefit. I think since it's my understanding that this process has been kick-started, not for this purpose, but for the purpose of being able to subdivide the land in theory and sell off a portion of the land behind to the northern side to the adjacent owners, because of all of the reasons that we've heard from them and the staff. I think considering we are going through the process of tampering with this land anyway, it makes sense to do it all at once. So I think if it's any consolation, I'm not in favour of the sale of Felland Hall unless there's a better alternative, and not just a fit alternative, a better alternative. But I think considering that staff have spent all this time, considering that in August 2023, myself, along with Deputy Mayor Crasoy, Councillor Quinn, Councillor Vergara, and the Mayor of the time, Zach Miles, voted in favour of exploring the options that we have with this site for all of the reasons that it is deficient for the community in its current state and because of the adjacent landowner issues. I will support the motion in its current form.
Thank you, councillor. Sorry, councillor William.
Question, Mr Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor Prieston raised the issue that the hall is not fit for purpose. Is that the case? I understood that it is being used and it is fit for those uses, but it could be improved. Is there?
I can tell you that any hall that's only getting 30% hiring is not fit for purpose, councillor Williams. Thank you. Sorry. That wasn't a invitation to interject to the members of the gallery. Any speakers against the motion? Councillor Lane.
I really appreciate both that you voted for the original motion and your comments as well, Councillor Vergara. I would just note that in the extensive and somewhat confusing investigations into the next item, because none of this discussion survives as minutes, only the actions. If we want to provide safeguards, I think that it's incumbent on us to put a motion forward that does those safeguards in some way or another. The planning report suggests, for example, that the funds from the sale of the northern portion are used to renovate Fairland Hall. I believe that would, a bit like the museum issue that we heard in 2.2, resolve some of the concerns that we have about the hall in its current state. I think we could have another amendment, almost verbatim from what Councillor Vergara said, that we wouldn't remove or replace the hall unless something equivalent or better had been identified, etc. I think without those, it could be 20 years from now where an entirely different council is speculating on what we intended, and without the benefit of us giving that direction and not having subdivided in the way that would have made it clear, would then dispose or attempt to dispose of that asset. And so I don't think we should support this motion because it just leaves too much up to interpretation on the minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Lane. Please, any speakers for the motion? Sorry, Councillor Vergara.
Sorry, just a response. I don't think that's needed. The protection is the policies that we have and the transparency and the requirement for resolutions. It just couldn't happen.
Correct.
It couldn't happen without going through that process, which means community engagement, which means you have to identify it as redundant. So there's nothing else to go there.
Mayor, is that a second speech or?
No, it was a clarification to a reference made to Councillor Vergara's earlier comments. Councillors, any speakers for the motion? Against the motion? Right of reply, Councillor Kassab?
No, thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. I now move to item 4.2. There are a number of speakers to this item. The first of those speakers is Cathy Merchant. There's no Cathy Merchant, isn't here? Sorry, Councillor. The second speaker is Karen Raisin.
So
You have 3 minutes.
tonight I'm speaking again on behalf of Hunters Hill Trust to item 4.2, 16C Vernon Street remnant land. Hunters Hill Trust is currently supportive of council in the matter of the Woolwich Marina development proposal that would severely impact views and vistas from land and water in the heritage precinct, permanently altering the outlook for both residents and visitors to these public parklands and foreshores. And we're all behind it. It's a very worthy fight. It's a little bit incongruent then to see that the same council is moving very quickly to sell a publicly owned waterfront asset they had and previous councils have chosen to ignore for some 20 odd years, and one wonders how. A simple grant for stairs to aid access along the Great North Walk is all that would have been required. The monetary value of this foreshore land at Vernon Street with a sandy beach and boat shed is unimaginable. And what of the future value and the future potential for community use for generations to come? This aspect council seemingly is unwilling to acknowledge. Instead, we're hurrying along at year's end to push through a sale. What next? Will we be selling Vernon Street Reserve or other public-owned foreshore land in front of someone else's house? Is there a list of 50 items somewhere that council is working to where remnant land is considered? The decision tonight is very much yours, councillors. There's an opportunity to correct past mistakes of successive councils and get it right and keep this remnant of foreshore land in public, not private hands. I would also like to raise with you tonight, councillors, the method of sale. We're informed in the report the potential purchasers of the land are likely to be limited, and having regard to the current and possible preferred future use of the land, that using the selective tendering method would be appropriate. We're not sure about that and what exactly is this possible preferred future use of the land all about. The Office of Local Government Tendering Guidelines for New South Wales Local Government, page 33, suggests that open tenders are usually used for the supply of goods and services, property purchase or disposal, and minor building works. Surely the open tender process is therefore required in this instance, a recommendation in government's own tendering guidelines. With open tendering, you get to understand the real market value of the asset, not what a select few are willing to pay. Open tendering allows for anyone to bid. Selective tendering.
Sorry, Karen. Moved an extension of time. Moved Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor Priest, and all those in favour. Against, that is carried.
Open tendering allows for anyone to bid. Selective tendering invites only a chosen few. The guidelines also state councils should document the reasons for the selections that they make, and we would hope this selection method can perhaps be explained a little bit more thoroughly tonight. Hunters Hill Trust, in its submission and presentation, has referred to the Sydney Harbour Foreshores and Waterways Area DCP, which looks for public access to and along the foreshore to be increased, maintained and improved. And Part 322C, if foreshore land made available for public access is not in public ownership, development should provide appropriate tenure and management mechanisms to safeguard public access to and public use of that land. There seems to have been a bit of a failure to recognise or reflect these points in making the assessment to sell. Please don't be the generation of council to throw all of this away, to unnecessarily sell off today a precious asset that will only continue to grow in value, just to a select few in a selective, not open method, without having the imagination or foresight to retain it and make it into something special for the future generations that follow you. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillors, do you have any questions of Ms Rose and Councillor Priest?
I don't have a question for Karen, but I have a question about something Karen's raised to the director if possible.
Yes.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
No, other councillors had a question of Karen. I did this back and
Sorry,
forth with you last time.
Go for
Any
it.
other questions? Any questions from the floor to Karen? No, thank you.
Thank you. Just on the direct negotiation method, 4.6 of the sale policy says that there may be circumstances where the direct negotiation method is the only or clearly the most appropriate method to proceed with the disposal of the land in question. Is that, can you kind of just describe, I guess, through you, Mr. Mayor, the director or the GM, whether this has been deemed the case. In my view, it has,
Sorry.
and why.
Sorry, councillor, the recommendation in part 2, part 1 is that the land at 16C Vernon Street be disposed of by selective tendering, not by direct negotiation.
Okay,
Yep.
great.
Yep.
That's my question.
Thank you. Councillors, we have a second speaker to the motion, Donald Bonicia. Thank you, Donald. You have 3 minutes.
It'll be fairly brief. I'm speaking on behalf of David Griffith, who couldn't be here tonight.
Yep. And David did call me today and say that you had an extended speech from him.
And I know he submitted an email with some attachments as well, which are relevant. Yes. So regarding item 4.2 and the recommendation to put 16C Vernon Street for sale by selective tender, I would implore council to defer this project for another 3 to 4 months for further discussions to take place regarding the implications of selling this property. In February 1998, Ken Litting, the Manager Development Environment of the council, wrote in relation to this land, and this is a quote, 9D reservations are placed upon land which it's intended to be acquired or dedicated to the council for public use at some time in the future. In other words, the subject portion of the land, and 16C, is reserved for public purposes and cannot be used for private development, notwithstanding that it remains at present in private ownership. This was part of a process of 1998 leading up to sale. The current owners who bought the land subsequent to that bought the land knowing those conditions and then took legal action to force the council to acquire the land at great cost. Now the council is proposing to sell this significant waterfront land and remove access for all future generations. Like much of our bushland, it has incredible value as a public asset or a private asset. Therefore, the process for doing this needs to be carefully considered. I urge the council to continue the consultation process to ensure this irreplaceable asset is properly managed, as alternatives may become available that presently are not obvious. Griffith.
Thank you. Thank you, Donald. Donald, although I note that he's reading a note, so he's probably not wanting to answer a lot of questions. No, thanks, Donald.
Okay.
Off the hook.
Excuse myself too. I'm sorry.
Yes. We have a third speaker for this item, which is Jim Sanderson. Thank you, Jim. You have 3 minutes, and welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I speak against all three of the land sales proposals tonight. I also speak against the proposed method of disposal. Even for the least concerning of all these disposals, that being the one in Gale Street, my questions about the boat shed, its occupancy and the lease arrangements have not been answered. How can you sell an asset without understanding what the asset is earning or what it can potentially earn? With respect to the Wyberlin Road proposal, this will undoubtedly give rise to disputes among neighbours about who can access this convenient laneway if it is privatised. As for 16C Vernon Street, we know that it can be accessed by the Serpentine Road. In the Supreme Court, Justice Grove described Serpentine Road as a thoroughfare. Justice Grove described, most of us have been down to Meggett's Boat Shed. We know it can be accessed. It is at best unfortunate that in debate some councillors have chosen to conflate issues with the DDA accessibility requirements, which cannot sensibly be applied to every stretch of bushland track. The sale of 16C relies on being operational land, which in fact is a quirk of history. It's important that we note the history. At ordinary meeting 4134 held on the 23rd of September 2002, prior to the acquisition of 16C, on the advice of then General Manager Barry Smith, that the land being subject to the proposed Sydney Harbour Regional Environmental Plan and the Harbour Foreshore Access Plan was classified, or his advice was that it be classified as operational land to avoid having to prepare a plan of management which would have been required had it been classified at that time as community land. On publication of these planning instruments and controls in 2005, this classification should have been reviewed, which would have resulted in the land being classified as community land. Even as operational land, as I've said before, it is completely at odds with the principles set out in the Sydney Harbour Foreshores and Waterways Area Development Control Plan 2005. At the time that Council acquired 16C, public access pathways were licensed to Council to provide access between Mornington Reserve and Serpentine Road. I ask what sort of council would sell this land that the community has emphatically indicated should be retained and particularly without easements to reinstate.
Sorry, moved an extension of time, moved Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor Lane. All those in favour? Against? Sorry, all those in favour? Against? That is lost. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Jim. I now call the third speaker, Alastair Sharp, to the. Dr. Sharp, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Notice in the minutes of Council's November meeting that a letter from the Office of Local Government was tabled into the proceedings, but the minutes don't reveal the content of that letter. I assume this was an oversight and hope the text can be included in the minutes of tonight's meeting. Tonight's business paper states that Council has numerous remnant land parcels and has identified whether these should be held long-term or considered for sale. I asked Council to make this list available, showing for each whether it is to be held long-term or considered for sale. Now, major problems with the documentation in tonight's business paper regarding the 3 lots of land. There were 4, but one has been dropped. The problem is that the documentation provided in the business paper doesn't identify the pieces of land for Vernon Street or for Gale Street. There is no clear description of the land. So I don't think you could legally make a decision to sell land without formally describing it. As for 16C Vernon Street, I think the idea of selling this land is inconsistent with Council's policy for the disposal of council land. Namely, 3.1.2, land is required for use in the future for community or public recreation purposes. And 3.1.6, whether the land has cultural, natural or heritage value that should be maintained. This land fronts onto the Lane Cove River, close to a small sandy beach. It lies on the Great North Walk that runs all the way from Sydney to Newcastle and runs through the adjacent Mornington Reserve. Contrary to previous advice from the Council, it is also accessible from the lower part of Serpentine Road because I've accessed it by that route. Those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharp. Councillors, any questions?
Not to Dr. Sharp, but to the GM.
Any other questions of Dr. Sharp? Councillor Lane.
Sorry, I was also going to say not to Dr. Sharp, but we didn't get to ask questions of Jim.
Yeah, I also wanted to raise that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, Dr. Sharp. You don't have any questions to Dr. Sharp?
Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, did you want to come up if there's any questions to Jim? Councillor Lane?
Yes, you mentioned the Sydney Harbour Foreshore rep and the intent of that rep. Could you just provide briefly what the intent of that rep is?
Well, the Sydney Harbour rep, as it was known as then, became the Sydney Regional Environmental Plan, Sydney Harbour Catchment 2005. That has been amended somewhat. It now appears in Chapter 6 of the Conservation and Advisory SEP, but it still has the same principles. One of the strong principles stated in that is that Sydney Harbour is an asset for the people, and that public interest will always outweigh private interest. And it goes on, the interests of Sydney Harbour are paramount above all other interests. Now, I'm just quoting that off the top of my head. That's not necessarily verbatim what it says. But importantly, there is also a development control plan to do with the, which is the, if I can remember, the Sydney Harbour Foreshores and Sydney Harbour and Foreshores area development control plan. Although that was written in 2005, it is still applicable. I checked that very carefully when matters came up with relation to the marina development, and that is still absolutely applicable. And in the submission I made, I quoted a number of points from that particular document, and the sale of this land is completely at odds with those principles.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lane. Any of the other councillors have a question of Jim? Ross, sorry, Councillor Williams.
Right. Mr. Sanderson, you made reference in your speech or your presentation that you had a view in relation to the method of sale. I was just wondering if you could elaborate on that for us.
Yes, I could. Thanks, Councillor Williams. Particularly in relation to 16C Vernon Street, if it must be sold, the disposal process should be should not be by the selective tendering method. The reason I make this point is that in Hunters Hill we have a very strong tradition of extraordinary philanthropy that has contributed to so many things, and I think there is some prospect with this land. That history includes contributions that this community made to things like Hunters Hill High School, Hunters Hill Sailing Club, the Valentia Street Ferry Terminal, Vienna Cottage, Hillman Orchard, more recent times, Boronia Park Sports and Community Facility, and most recently the work on the All Saints Church, which I proudly donated to. Our community has emphatically stated that none of these land sales should be proposed or should proceed. If council chooses to ignore this clear message, it must be it must, as a minimum, ensure public access between Mornington Reserve and Serpentine Road is re-established and maintained. And in the event of a Good Samaritan coming along, as I've just referred to, who may wish to participate in such a sale, I think it's important that that should be left open to them. I see the selective processes excluding such a Good Samaritan Act if that were to occur.
Any other questions of Jim? Councillor Gareth.
One question. So you raised the Supreme Court case, which is the decision of Justice Groves.
Yep.
And you said Justice Groves described the Serpentine Road as a thoroughfare.
Yes.
He didn't.
He did.
He didn't. This is the case dealing with whether or not there's been an error of law in the Valuer General's valuation of the land. And there was an issue about whether or not Serpentine Road could be closed and we could join the properties. And what he actually said is it may be true that one could speculate upon the disestablishment of Serpentine Road as a thoroughfare.
Yes.
He doesn't call it a thoroughfare. You could say it could be, it might be, but this is an example that highlights a conclusion that the ability to imagine does not demonstrate the error of law. So it was a bit disingenuous to say that it's been described as a thoroughfare. I understand your point, but you've got to be a bit accurate there.
Oh, well, I did have the reference here ready for a question like that. In my view, he did describe it as a thoroughfare.
Councillors, any further questions? If not, thank you. Last speaker is Ms. Heather Armstrong. Thank you, Heather. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, councillors. Mr. Mayor and councillors, sorry. So, one moment, please. Preliminary matter is that the New South Wales Office of Local Government has tabled a letter, as mentioned, at the last council meeting.
Councillor Armstrong, we tabled a letter from the Office of
I beg your pardon, you
Yes.
tabled the letter?
Yes.
Correction, thank you. I understand that the letter was about whether or not due process has been observed regarding the treatment of 63 submissions, all of which have not been given any weight or influence in this decision-making process. They've all been dismissed so far. However, paragraph 3.3.2 of the Disposal of Council Land Policy requires Council to consider any submissions. The fact that all were rejected out of hand means that no proper consideration, as a matter of proper process, could have been given to those submissions. Wholesale dismissal is not proper consideration. That's a preliminary point. This requires then that the whole process consideration of this issue be deferred until any further repercussions from the letter tabled by Council are considered by Council. Proper procedural process is essential. The whole disposal of public lands policy is all about proper procedural process. It can't just be dismissed as a furphy. It's an attack, if you like, or at least an inquiry as to whether or not this is being done properly. So let's get on to whether or not it is being done properly. The 3.1 of the disposal of policy requires identifying land with the potential for disposal, and that requires compliance with Council's community strategic plan. The sustainability, environment and open space section of that community strategic plan requires Council to protect and sustain our environment so that people can enjoy our outdoor space and places. Natural spaces, including our bushland, urban tree canopy, foreshores and waterways are protected and enhanced. Clearly, disposal of this land, enabling it to become a private asset, is not protecting and enhancing our foreshore for public use. That is the main issue which must be considered by this council. Is this a fair interpretation of the disposal of lands Council of Lands policy? In my respectful submission, it is not. It must comply. Paragraph 1.2 of the policy requires that council comply with all available laws, all applicable laws. There is so much protection of this foreshore land. It's riparian land, it's foreshore land, it's also got status, a particular status as under the foreshores waterways area as having an adjacent to seagrass proximity.
Sorry, Mrs. Armstrong. Move Councillor Williams' extension of time, seconded Councillor Preston. All those in favour? Against? That is carried.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. All those protections, the Biodiversity Conservation Act, the Local Environmental Plan, the Development Control Plan, they all reiterate the same basic proposals, which is that we should be enhancing and restoring foreshore land. It needs protection. It's highly protected land and highly valuable land, as we know. So are we addressing those concerns by deciding to dispose of it by selective tender? Well, the answer is we're not. That's an inappropriate method of disposal, clearly. Once again, the disposal of council land policy leads us in that right direction as to why it should not be disposed of in that fashion. Paragraph 3, when identifying and determining whether land has potential for disposal, council must have regard will have regard to the following matters. Whether the land is currently used or required for the future of the community or public recreation purposes. We've heard that it is used by the community and used for public recreation. Paragraph 3.1.3, whether disposal of the land would have an unreasonable adverse effect on the amenity or facilities available to the local community. Answer, it would have an adverse effect. Paragraph 3.1.6, whether the land has cultural, natural or heritage value that should be maintained. Clearly it has natural value. Otherwise it wouldn't be protected by these various pieces of state and local government legislation and regulation, which are designed to stop it from being destroyed in its current form. So, given the fact that these are considerations within our own policy as identifying land for potential for disposal, it doesn't have potential for disposal. It contravenes all these requirements as to whether or not there is potential for disposal of this land. The method of selection, 4.4.4, that same policy, Council will consider the following matters. The original intention for the use of the land. We'll have heard that it was designed to be a foreshore access. It's part of the Great North Walk. It's part of an accessible beach, which can be accessed by the proposed Serpentine Road extension. The current and possible preferred use of the land, future use of the land, well, it can be continued, the use, as an accessible route down to this lovely little sandy beach on the Lane Cove River. And of course, 4.5 of the policy requires that as a general principle, Council will use one of the methods specified in clauses 4.3.1 or 4.3.3 and will avoid the direct negotiation method. 4.3.1 is the open market sale method. 4.3.3 is the selective tendering method. But in my respectful submission, selective tendering is inappropriate given the value of this land. In 2002, it was valued at $2.5 million. When Council had to buy it back. What's it worth now? Probably about double that.
Sorry, proposed extension of time, Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor Preston. All those in favour? Against, that is carried on my casting vote. Ms Armstrong, that's 2 extensions. I would implore you please to wrap up your comments.
There's so many issues here.
Yes, I know. But,
I know, it's complicated.
We've got
I'm sorry.
time and a lot of speakers.
I'm sorry. Yes, okay. So look, in summary, legislative controls at Council's own disposal of land policy to identify this as surplus land in that context just doesn't pass the appropriate tests clearly set out in the legislation and in that policy. Council must surely have regard to its own local environmental plan, its own council's policies, its own community strategic plan, all of which mitigate against the sale of this valuable land. And of course, bottom line, is this land just to be sold to balance council's budget? If so, that's a disgrace. It's valuable asset for the community. We must not just put short-term financial gain against the future interests and current interests of our people, our community, and the value of this land as an important natural asset, which must be preserved for that reason alone, I would argue, regardless of whether or not anybody ever walks down to it. It's a wonderful piece of public land that must be kept in its pristine or almost original state. And so for that reason, I implore councillors not to go ahead with the sale of this land or the proposed sale of this land, but to consider its value.
Thank you. Please, have you got...
Sorry, not the speaker,
yes.
just through you to the GM.
Yes.
So perhaps if there's any other questions.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Lane.
Thank you. I share a lot of your concerns, and as my fellow councillors would already be aware, I really appreciate you speaking as a community member, but it obviously sounds like you also have professional experience in this. It'd be great if you could just clarify your experience, and if it is appropriate, if you could opine on if we are if this is a matter where we haven't followed proper process, what that means for council in continuing to proceed.
My professional experience is relevantly in terms of research, 5 years as a law reform officer at state and federal law reform commissions, 26 years as a public prosecutor with the Commonwealth DPP, which of course requires enormous research and knowing what you're doing because you've got to be right when you're prosecuting people. So I've got extensive research skills as a lawyer, which was my professional job my whole life until I retired in 2016. I don't have environmental expertise, but I can sure read legislation.
Sorry, that second half was just about, I guess, more from an administrative perspective, your view.
Oh, my view. Well, my view is that this whole legislative and regulatory framework mitigates against this sale. As a matter of propriety, as a matter of proper process, I consider it to be really in breach of those requirements. Council's own, just dealing with the council's land disposal policy alone, there are so many features of that policy that don't encourage council to go down that path of sale, but to have consideration to the needs of the community, the amenity of the community. Those are the words used. The amenity, I would argue, is something, an inclusive concept that also picks up all the relevant land controls, not just whether I want to go to the beach, but what are the actual overall overriding protective, legislative and regulatory controls over this land. That's amenity, not just, being able to get down to the beach or not. So there, in my view as a lawyer, well, I suppose that it really isn't appropriate to go ahead with this sale in this context, because it just mitigates, it is so opposed to council's own land policy, council sale policy, plus all the other protective policies I refer to, including, I have omitted to mention what Councillor Sanderson had, Mr. Sanderson had mentioned, which is the Sydney Harbour Foreshore Policy 2005, which very clearly sets out that there should be some protection for these beautiful and pristine or beautiful foreshore lands. So can we just throw all that legislative baggage out the window and say, who cares, we're going to sell it anyway because somebody might want it or because council needs the money? That they are not good reasons. They're just not good reasons. In fact, I would regard them as highly improper.
Councillors, any further questions of Ms Armstrong? Sorry, Councillor Tennant-Sleeman.
Sorry, thanks, Mark. Can I just ask, given that we now obviously have highlighted your background, your career background, in your view, and you've expressed your view, is your view now as a community member, or are you given legal view?
Oh, well, you can take it either way, I suppose.
No, I want
I'm a member of the community.
Due respect.
I'm a member of the community. I'm certainly not giving you professional advice. I don't want to be sued. I haven't got professional indemnity insurance as I stand here. Don't sue me for what I've said. Thanks. But no, I'm a member of the community.
Thank you very much.
Councillors, any further questions? Thank you, Mrs Armstrong. Councillor, you've got a question of the General Manager?
Yeah.
Sorry, that's okay. Yeah, no, that's okay.
Thanks, Heather.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the
Yes.
DM, if he knows the answer to the question. The Great North Walk, by the sale of 16C Vernon Street, would that route change? Do you know?
Okay, I can answer that question. No, it wouldn't, because it doesn't currently traverse the site.
So it goes along the
It
site.
goes up past the two properties that adjoin the site.
So members of the public would still have access
Correct.
to the Great North Walk
Correct.
all the way around.
The Great North Walk would remain completely unchanged.
Great, thank you.
Councillors, we have a motion in the paper. Our speakers are finished. Councillor Williams.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the first dot point in the recommendation.
Yes.
And as a second dot point, which will be easy for the minute taker to take,
Yes.
the council not proceed in the sale of these lands.
Do you have a seconder in that motion? Councillor Lane. I don't think we need to pull that up. That's fairly straightforward. Councillor Williams would like to speak to that motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. There's a large number of issues why I moved that motion. And there's a lot of questions that I think are unanswered at this stage. We had the Office of Local Government send council a letter which it asked to be tabled. And in that, it makes it very clear that the land is situated on the Lane Cove River foreshore and is a spur of the Great North Walk, a renowned bushwalking track appreciated for its array of natural urban environments. The New South Wales coast is one of the state's greatest assets. The Local Government Act of 1993 provides the council's charter and directs that a council will bear in mind that it is the custodian and trustee of public assets and to effectively account for the management of those assets for which it is responsible. The Charter also states that Council must have regard to the long-term and community effects of its decisions. And then on the other page, it talks about to assist the Office of Local Government in appropriately responding to the concerns that it's raised in relation to Council's consideration of objections, that a copy of the documents tabled to Council on the 24th of July 2024 regarding the proposed sale of 16 Vernon Street be provided to them. A copy of the objections received and Council's report considering those objections and outlining how Council proposes to address and mitigate those concerns. Now, tonight we've heard from residents, and it's something that I share, a one-line response that is cookie-cutted into a document is not a meaningful or a way of addressing and mitigating council's community's concerns. That is one area that I have a concern about, is the unanswered and unresponded to Office of Local Government's letter. The second issue we heard at the previous meeting, a resident talk about the need for an Aboriginal assessment of the site and for its consideration in the process. There's been no such consideration, and that comes down to the social and cultural importance of the site. An important plank in any assessment, whether it's foreshore or not, should be its cultural significance. And in this case, I'm talking about our Indigenous Aboriginal views. Council just recently adopted its reconciliation policy. I'm sure in that policy there's an obligation on Council to respect and to include the Aboriginal community's concerns and issues in relation to things like the sale of an important piece of land. Back in the bicentenary, we did a confidential survey, an Aboriginal archaeological survey of the important sites around Hunters Hill. Unfortunately, that hasn't been published yet, but I can have some level of, not confidence, but some level of interest that that site would, if looked at properly, have some significance. Apart from that, there's the other significance which we've heard here tonight from the speakers, that it is a critical asset in our foreshore inventory, not only for Hunters Hill or Woolwich, it's for the whole community of Sydney. And we must respect that. And again, it's a bit like the Church Street, the Fairland Hall issue. We have to show clear intent of what we expect for that site. Otherwise, it's open to interpretation of future generations. And we've heard that the original intent of the site was clearly for public purposes, not for private gain, and Council went to quite a lot of expense, or enormous expense, to achieve that outcome. To now dispose of that land, I think is not the appropriate way to go forward. I think it is a very important issue for this community to embrace the importance of foreshore land and its significant potential in the future to provide a connection into the Great Norfolk or further east into the Mara Sisters foreshore area. We should be growing these things, not diminishing them, because they are intergenerational, they are important for not only this community, but those that come after us. We've heard a lot about access. I am astounded that people say that there's no access down Serpentine Road. We've also got the issue that in the plan that we have here before us, it's not a surveyed plan. and the line goes around the boat shed, is it in or out? Is the foreshore in or out? How can council make a meaningful decision tonight if we don't have an accurate plan in front of us about the decision we're making? I think it needs to go back and get some of these fundamental issues resolved and articulated. So I've proposed that we don't proceed with this as well as the other two parcels of land, because I believe the laneway is going to be a bit contentious in the community in terms of those local residents as to who purchases and who doesn't. And then we've got this issue of a 14 square metre under a boat shed down on the water. The cost of realising that I think is just not going to be of benefit to council. So I think it's important we retain Vernon Street. I think it's important that we retain the other two parcels, but particularly Vernon Street for those reasons I've highlighted.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Vigar.
I have a question.
Yes.
I had so many questions. But I think the first one that I'll ask is the letter from the ministerial office.
Yes.
In relation to this item, was that as a result of council contacting the ministerial office, or how did that come about? Like, in what capacity is the ministerial office opining on the potential sale of Vernon Street land?
I believe that they had a meeting with residents, and that probably brought that about. I'm not sure if councillors were involved in that meeting.
Question for you.
Certainly, sorry, but it certainly wasn't a letter from council. I'll put it that way.
And the
Point of clarification, it's actually from the Office of Local Government, not a ministerial.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. And there's been talk of not properly adhering to council's own disposal of land policy. In my view, as a legal professional and a lawyer, we do. All of the considerations at clause 3.1 from the top of my head are considerations. So provided that you're considering...
Sorry, councillor, is that question in there?
Yeah,
yes.
I want to know, is there a risk that we're not compliant with the policy?
General Manager.
Yes.
I didn't ask you, Councillor Lane. I asked the General Manager. Thank you.
Yeah, good. You want me to answer the question? So thanks for the question, Councillor Preston. I've said this on many occasions before, but I'll just say it again. Prior to my arrival here, this council had no policy of how to dispose of land. None, didn't exist. And that council of the day, prior to me arriving, sold remnant land with no policy.
Mm.
During the last term of council, there was no sales of remnant land, none. And in regards to the adherence and following of the policy, I've said this on multiple occasions and I'll say it again. I respect the voice of the community. I genuinely do. However, policy was written by arguably the best subject matter expert in planning law in New South Wales.
Mm-hmm.
So to answer your question the answer is yes. We're following the policy to the letter of the law.
Okay.
Councillor, do you have any further questions?
Yeah, I just have one more question.
With regards to the boat shed,
yeah.
Council does not own the boat shed.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah. Who does own it, for clarification?
All boat sheds are owned by...
In the water.
Thank you.
Yeah, owned by RMS.
And then my other question, and this is potentially for the broader benefit of people here as well, including councils. Could someone just describe the dispute that occurred in 2005, which required...
that is a very complicated... but what I can say to that, councillor, is the Just Terms Act which is the act of compulsory acquisition, was used very unusually against council in that circumstance, where council did not seek or desire to purchase this parcel of land. We were made to acquire this land. It has historically belonged to the Mornington estate. That is the estate to which it belonged to for a very long period of time. Council was forced to acquire it against its will at the time. Sorry, Councillor Biara, do you have a question?
I don't. I can add
You
to
can
that.
perhaps in your response or in your discussion, you can answer it.
Okay.
So, councillors, we had a speaker for the motion. Is there a speaker against the motion? Is there a speaker for the motion? Councillor Lane.
Okay.
Thank you. I thank you, Councillor Williams. You somewhat stole my thunder in relation to a motion that I sent around to councillors, including a rescission motion that I was looking to put to the floor.
Unfortunately, Councillor Lane, just for your benefit as a new councillor, rescission motions must be signed by 3 councillors and they must be lodged 7 days prior to a council meeting. So, had you lodged that motion, it would have been deemed invalid.
Right. Well, as I understand it, I could make the motion on the floor, but perhaps nevertheless, the point that I was going to make in that motion is germane to what Councillor Williams has proposed, which is that there are not just procedural flaws in relation to the sale, which we just heard Heather Armstrong talk to very well, but moreover that that the sale of the land being hastily done will result in a worse outcome than how council has ever had before. And I agree that it's a very complicated history, which is why in Appendix B of that motion I set out the relevant motions, including Councillor Quinn's motion. I asked if he could clarify that here, but unfortunately he's on a plane. The short version is that the public always had a right to access the foreshore, and such was that right that not only was it explicitly referred to in the original rescinding of the local provisions, but when council decided to try and discontinue the compulsory acquisition when they realised how much it was going to cost, the motion was to put a clause in the draft LEP to provide a 3 metre average, minimum 2 metre width public access easement across the reserved land at no cost to council. So the reason for that being included, as best as I understand from reading this checkered history, was that council always intended to maintain the public access that it had way back from when there was the 100-foot line, rather than whether or not it's in public or private land. And because we're racing towards a disposal, we haven't actually put that kind of a provision on the land. So what we will be doing is, for the first time in history, we will be taking away an access that has always been maintained on that foreshore. And that access was relevantly described in one of the council motions as being to facilitate the eventual connection of Mornington Reserve all the way round to Collingwood Street, although that was discontinued when the motion was pulled because it looked like it was going to be difficult to get all the way there. Nevertheless, we got at least one of those parcels of land for that very long-term plan, and there was discussion around the Marist Street component in that council resolution. And so my concern remains that if we were to proceed with the motion in its current form, we will dispose of land to the detriment of the public in a way that's never happened before. And I think that against our previous motion, the Director for Planning quite rightly pointed out that if you wanted to subdivide lots, it was very important to have a survey. And I think if we are talking about moving that foreshore line so that it avoids the boat shed and maintains that 2 to 3 metre access, we should at the very least have a survey in front of us so that we understand that. And then lastly, I think the other point is we just have a huge amount of the public that are opposed to it. We've now got over 200 people opposing sale of the land. You know, 200 might not sound like a lot of people, but you only need 500 for a minister to respond in New South Wales Parliament to something that affects the entire state. So this is obviously escalating in terms of the number of people who have come forward and said they are significantly concerned with this. I think that we should just take a breather rather than approving the disposal of land, just to understand whether or not this is the right course of action. And I'll just foreshadow that if we don't do that, at the very least, we should, as speakers have talked to, change the selective tender process and evaluation.
Sorry, just like to clarify one point. The resolution is obviously the selective tendering. Is there provision to dispose via open tender?
The reason, Mr. Mayor, the reason was through selective tender in accordance with the policy in detail. And it talks about it abuts other properties, and to ensure that when you're selling a property, you get the best and highest use and sale of that.
Best and highest value.
Best and highest value, and to ensure that the person that are interested can get an opportunity to buy. If you have it open, it reduces the amount of people that will want to buy and purchase the property, and there won't be a lot of interest. But if you want to, so I've just followed the policy in regards to public advertising, as which expressing the interest of compliance with the government regulations as well. So,
I'm sorry, if I can ask a question. What do you mean by
Lane?
Thank you. What do you mean by reducing? You were saying that open tender would reduce the number of.
well, the value would go down. Think about it, because in a public auction, you need a lot of interest to bring the price up. So when you have either two persons or maybe three, it won't bring the price up. But if we have a selective tender and itemize the two parcels of land that people that are interested that abut that land, it provides it a high interest, and therefore the value of it might possibly go up.
I'm not an expert, but I don't think that's correct, because there are valuation guidelines that talk about public auction as being an acceptable understanding of the true value of the land, because it is the most commercial way of determining value.
Mr. Mayor, there might be guidelines, but I'm talking reality, because my experience.
Sorry, members of the public in the gallery, can I really have to object to the treatment of professional staff in this manner. It's not open season on councillors either, but when professional staff who are here to answer questions are being treated in that manner, it is not acceptable. It is not. So please be respectful. Councillor Lane, you've heard the answer from the director. Councillors, any further questions? Councillor Tanus Sleeman.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make a couple of comments. It's probably a general.
No. We can't make comments at this point unless you're speaking against or for the motion.
Okay.
Are you speaking for the motion? Against the motion? To not sell. So the motion is just so that we're all refreshed, that the report is received and noted, and that the council does not proceed to sell the land.
No, I'm talking to the motion.
Yes. Are you speaking for?
For the motion.
For not selling the land.
Foreshadow.
Oh, you're foreshadowing the motion in the paper.
Yeah, and I want to talk to that.
Okay.
If that's okay.
We'll get the opportunity after we've spoken to fully to this motion. Councillors, is there any further discussion? If not, Councillor Williams, right reply.
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, I think it's important that council take a step back on this issue and respect and reflect on those issues that I raised that are so important to getting a meaningful outcome of this. Council to go down the path of selling such an important piece of land. The former general manager said to a question, this will always remain green space. So it comes down to a credibility issue of council. as to whether council's word can be trusted. And particularly seeing I can't see any real justification in varying from that. So I commend the motion.
Thank you, councillor Williams. Councillors, there being no further discussion, those in favour of the motion, against the motion, that lapses. I'm now, there is a foreshadowed motion from councillor Tanis Sleeman. Is that seconded? Seconded by councillor Kassab. Councillor Tanis Sleeman, you can speak to the motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, councillor.
I do apologise. Okay, a couple of things. Obviously a number of comments made today. So I want to probably be firm in terms of my position as both a community member and a councillor. Firstly, the newly elected member, the comments made about the comparison to the marina development. Again, I want to be very clear. I wasn't obviously on previous council, but as an elected member, I am not in support of the current objection to the legal matter forward. I also don't think it's a comparison to compare the marina development to what we've discussed. The two aren't comparable, and more importantly, the number of objections, and we have raised this and we have addressed this at the last meeting, so I am perplexed why it gets raised by members of the community, members by the council, on terms of objections. The objections do not reflect community. I door knocked on over, they do not, I have door knocked on over 800 properties during my polling process, and of the 800, not one of them raised an issue regarding this particular matter. What they raised were rates, increases in rates, and being able to afford their rates, affordability. I think we all can agree that we have a real issue at the moment. We have an undeclared recession. And we have, and again, as a council, that we have fought to keep ourselves independent. We are not in an independent financial state. I take objection to the comments inferred. I do not want to be known as a councillor that cannot run a good fiscal responsibility budget. I want to be known that we've got good, sound fiscal responsibility whilst taking account the community. On that point, if you want to go down to statistics, I've got 64 objections. Councillor Lane, you said 200. That amounts to 0.005% of the community. 800 reflect a lot more than that 0.05%. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, councillor Tanis Sleeman. Any speakers against the motion? Oh, sorry, councillor Tagara.
Or shadow, or no, can I propose an amendment?
Yes. No.
The reason I'm going to propose the amendment is I'm looking at the local government regulation, and the only difference between open tendering and selective tendering is once you get the tenders, selective tendering allows you to pick a few and then proceed, whereas open tenders, you've got to deal with all of them. On that basis, could we amend recommendation 2 just to change relation to the land at 16C Vernon Street, the disposal method to be open tendering method?
Yes.
I'll support that.
Sorry, does the mover and seconder support that?
Yes.
Yes, that becomes the motion. Yes, perfect. Councillors, we've had to speak for the motion. It's been slightly amended by one word. Councillors speaking against the motion. Anyone speaking against the motion? Councillor Lane.
Thank you. Thank you for the amendment. I think an open tender is an improvement, but nevertheless, there are some significant issues. I raised the issue of public access being lost. We haven't done the relevant studies to understand whether or not there's Aboriginal cultural heritage, so that we need to protect access to those heritage items. I'm very concerned that we're ignoring the engagement process. I respectfully, Councillor Tanis Sleeman, I really don't think we get to second guess the public when we go through an engagement process. I think legally, if you go through an engagement process and you get the responses, those are the responses that you get. And I think that if we were to make a decision on the basis that we just think that what we got was wrong, we're actually in error. And so just in relation to that thing, I think if you do want to make the decision on the basis of the community, we actually do have the results, and we only have one person that was speaking in support. That was Simon Frame, and I understood that was mostly around objecting to native title or something. So, I really urge council to take their time on the sale. I think there really doesn't seem to be any harm in taking more time, but there is irreparable harm if we sell the land and we haven't made the right investigations. We haven't protected what needed to be protected. I specifically read out a protection that was proposed last time this was considered by Councillor Quinn and his fellow councillors. I think that if we proceed with this now, it will never come back to us other than to say that it has been sold. And at that point, the damage is done. So I would strongly urge the councillors to consider, at the very least, deferring this matter to address those issues.
Speaker for the motion, Councillor Priestman. Thank
I
you.
just have a question, please.
Yes, another question. Thank
Sorry.
you. Yes.
Through you, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor. Okay, we know that council purchased the land for $2.5 million. So we've heard inferences about what the land could be worth today at 16 St. Bernard Street I'm talking about. Obviously that's a large sum of money, and we've heard today a little bit from the councillors around optimal outcomes for the community and how we can better resource our locality for the members of this community, not just the 64 submissions. Is there a view on, if this land was sold, what we could put those funds towards? I know we don't have a figure.
Councillor, it is too early, and we have no determination of price because we haven't entered into that process. So I can say confidently we will be assessing that as if this is passed, we will be assessing that as we get the reports back of valuation and the like.
You would agree it's a valuable sum of money that
It will be a significant sum of money. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Denise Lehman. A question, I hope.
Question.
Yes.
Kind of a question.
Phrase it as a question.
I will phrase it a question. I would say, I'm going to assume, Councillor Preston, that should it get sold and it is a valuable sum of money, there's only one answer, and I would hope that it would go back to the budget.
Yes.
We get funds, it goes in there, and then we'll make an informed decision where it goes. I'd like to make one comment, if that's okay.
You will have a right of reply because you moved the motion, so you can
Thank you very much.
Address as many of the councillors' comments in your right of reply as you like, and
Mr. Mayor.
that will come in time. Any other speakers against the motion? Councillor Williams.
I won't go over the territory I did before because I'm very mindful of the time. We have a lot to get through.
Yes.
But in relation to that issue of clearing the budget or adding to the budget, it is not good financial management or financial process to sell your assets to pay for your operation. It's a bit like selling part of the farm that makes it unprofitable. You can't just look at your assets as a form of supporting your operational deficits. And I would urge council to make sure that in its decision making, that rather than this artificial propping of a budget that is in deficit, then we consider the issues that Councillor Lane raised, which I think are quite important in this whole thing. It's about a very important piece of land that should stay in public ownership for the benefit of not only this generation, but future generations. And it has a lot of opportunities into the future to be utilised in many ways.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Sorry, councillors, anyone speaking for the motion? Councillor Prieston.
For the motion, considering I've been defamed by Councillor Williams.
Councillor,
that is not
Councillor,
the point that I was making.
if you could address the issue.
Yes, I will address the issue. I'm getting there. It's not that the land is not for public use. It is currently for public use. It wasn't always for public use. I think that with those funds, it's not to repair the budget. It's not to make the books look better. It's that is a valuable sum of money that I believe, if this sale of land goes ahead, could be used towards better facilities for our community. It's not to go into someone's pocket. It's not for the private benefit of our citizens. It is to be put towards our community members. And at the moment, I think that this sandy beach, albeit beautiful, it is underutilized by members of our community. And we've been through this at the last council meeting. It was heavily discussed that this plot of land was under-recognised and underutilised by the community. One of its main uses, in my view, on the due diligence that I've undertaken, is for the Great North Walk. And we've heard tonight that we can definitely still utilise the Great North Walk in its current form to walk all the way around the foreshore and through Hunters Hill as the map currently stands. That to me is important because I know that that matters to a lot of people, members of the community and members outside of the community. What we could do with a sum of, say, I don't know, ballpark $4 million is tenfold, in my view. Everyone has a different view. That is my purpose. My purpose is to make progress for this community and offer our locals the best quality assets and the best possible outcomes. So that is why I'm speaking in favour of the motion, not for private gain.
Thank you, Councillor Preston. Councillors, any speakers against the motion? For the motion? No. Sorry, any speakers for the motion?
In terms of again,
sorry, Councillor, have you got a question?
Sorry, when you said any speakers against?
No, well, you've already spoke against, so you don't get a second bite at the cherry.
That was the question.
Councillor Tanos Lehman, right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Van. Obviously, a couple of comments were sort of raised. It's probably a bit too late for me to take on my memory retention, but a couple of comments. When we talk about, there's comments made about procedures and procedural sort of process and all that. And again, it's inferred that there's a lack of procedural process. And the response to that, or has been inferred, that it's not legal, it's obviously opinion. And I asked the question if it's legal or personal opinion. And it's personal opinion. And all of these comments being made by my fellow councillors, they're personal comments. And so they're not legal advice, they're opinion. In terms of Councillor Lane's comment about the community spoke with one representation, no, the community spoke, but they didn't walk in here. That's how you vote. You don't have to come. You have a chance to object. People came in, they spoke, but you had your other 11,000 wonderful community members stayed at home and just worried about the next bill they're going to receive. It did not matter to them. And I can also tell you, in the last few weeks, I have gone and asked a lot of community members, most of the chamber would probably see me in a lot of the cafes, their acknowledgement of this particular land and this getting access, and people in this room have quoted getting access. I challenge anyone to say, have you brought down their children? Have they brought anyone over 50 with issues down that road? And I know for a fact there is no one that can say this, that they have done that without any fear of any injury. We've addressed accessibility. We have addressed a number of other issues. They keep getting repeated. Nothing today by anyone, by the gallery, or certainly my fellow councillors, gave me any more advice, and certainly has brought anything new to the table. We are going over old ground. And that's sort of my response, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tanis Lehman. That being the case, I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Councillors, we now move to item 4.3 on the agenda. That is 1 Gale Street planning proposal. There is a recommendation in the report. Councillors, is there a move? Councillor Tanis Lehman, second Councillor Vicara. Councillor Tanis Lehman, do you wish to speak to the motion? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
As per one of the outcomes set out in the ordinary meeting in February 2024, the planning proposal was forwarded to the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure seeking a gateway determination in accordance with section 3.34 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979 to amend Hunters Hill Local Environmental Plan 2012 to include a new clause applying to 1A Gale Street to permit with development consent the use of land for a dwelling house in conjunction with 1 Gale Street. The gateway was determined, a determination was issued by the DPHI on the 8th of July 2024, and the Hunters Hill Local Council Environmental Plan 2012 was revised from proposed new clause to an amendment to the site to Part R2 low density residential, Part SP2 infrastructure, and application of revised height of buildings, floor space ratio, and lot size development standards. A number of other conditions were also raised. However, as such, I would recommend to proceed as recommended by this report as per the gateway determination issued to the DPHI. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tanous Lehman. We have mover or seconder. Is there anyone speaking against the motion? Councillor Williams.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. And I'd also foreshadow that if this motion's lost, that we not proceed with the whatever it is. Rezoning, that's the one, yeah. And in council's papers on page 337, I bring council's attention to a letter dated the 15th of November 2024. That letter is from the Sydney, or from the Harbour Trust, and it's an official letter from them to council, to the General Manager. And it's a submission in relation to the planning proposal at 1A Gale Street. And I'll read it because I think it's very important in us understanding the effectiveness of the consultation in this process and how we shouldn't be moving forward to rezone it at this point. The Harbour Trust owns the adjoining land known as the Goat Paddock, which is managed as public open space. The Harbour Trust land is listed under the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act as a Commonwealth Heritage Place. The Harbour Trust only found out about this matter incidentally. They're the adjacent landholders. We had not been notified or consulted previously. Consideration should be given to the suitability of other alternative uses. The potential use for the land to be used as public open space connected with the Goat Paddock. Other potential infrastructure uses which council may consider are needed in this locality. Consideration should also be given to the potential impact on the heritage values of the Woolwich Dock as a Commonwealth Heritage Place. That is from the neighbour. They were not consulted, and that's dated a couple of weeks ago. We've been down a process here where relevant parties were not given the opportunity to have their say. To me, that is an important addition into the future to the Goat Paddock, to allow rezoning that would result in additional dwelling at the front of the Goat Paddock, or addition to the existing dwelling at 1 Gale Street, to me is contrary to concept of the listing of that site. It should be maintained as SP2, as it could be rezoned or could be acquired in future years by the Commonwealth or somebody who incorporates it within the Goat Paddock. I think it's imperative that this matter not go forward for those reasons that primary neighbour has not been consulted adequately, that there are other options for that land. There's no compulsion on council to do this. It's not our land. We're not buying or selling anything. It just so happens that somebody purchased it and now wants to change the zoning. Buyer beware, I say. I think that it's more important to retain this, as we talked about the foreshore land, as a potential and real possibility to be incorporated within the very important Goat Paddock site.
Councillor Williams, if we hadn't consulted the adjoining landowner, then how did they write a submission? One, so they obviously were consulted. Number two, we have an obligation as a council to accept, assess and make a recommendation, which has happened, of a planning proposal. So the inference that buyer beware, we are under an obligation to assess this, and we have assessed it. And my third point is we don't own the site. The applicant owns the site. The Harbour Trust doesn't own the site. So I would imagine the ability of the Commonwealth to acquire it is pretty much zero. Councillors, any speakers for the motion? Against the motion?
I'll make a small comment. As previously said, if there's an issue of process, I think we should check that process off. And so my recommendation would be to do this so that we can go back to the department and find out whether or not this affects their gateway determination if an adjacent landowner hadn't been correctly informed. I think that's just proper process before we make the determination. So I'd support this, or at least I'd foreshadow that we defer the consideration of this until we've spoken to the department.
Thank you, Thank you, Councillor Lane. I'll make it much more simple. Director, did we consult the adjoining landowner?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we did.
Yes, thank you. Councillors, is there any further discussion for? Against?
Can I ask a question?
Councillor.
So was proper process adhered to?
Yes, I just heard it from the Director of Planning. Absolutely.
That's a different question.
Well, yes, the process was adhered to because the adjoining landowner was consulted with, so that is proper process.
The general process that we had to adhere to.
I would have full confidence in our professional staff that they adhere to the process to the letter of the law. Councillors, is there any further? Sorry, Director, would you like to?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to add, you're correct. We follow due process. We are still following due process, and we're going through the formalisation of this.
Thank you. Councillors, is it Councillor Williams' question?
Mr. Mayor, through you. It states in the letter, which is dated a couple of weeks ago, that the only way they found out about the land is an incidental. It wasn't a direct approach from council. Is that correct?
Well, I would imagine that it would be an error in the Harbour Trust's capacity to take in their communications. Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, is there any other discussion? If not, Councillor Tannous-Sleeman, right of reply. If necessary, you don't need to.
I'm happy to make a right of reply. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response to, buyer beware and a couple of comments made, again, I'm just perplexed, again, it's not our land, and obviously the owner's gone through a process and they've put an application in. And there's been an assessment made, and I support the assessment made because it had merit, and he's absolutely entitled to put an application to get it rezoned. That's to say that he's not entitled, to infer he's not entitled. I don't understand, what type of community we're living in. People have those rights. We all have those rights as landowners. And then as our role as council, we obviously want to ensure a high level of governance is in play, and that's what our roles are doing. And as Mr. Mayor and the Director of Planning confirmed, that there's been process complied to. I don't know what we're debating. Are we debating the fact that we just don't want this resident who's bought this property at a commercial price and has had obviously has got the right to put an application in and to add value to his estate? Yes, he can. That is our right as an Australian. If we don't want it, we'll probably need to go to another type of system.
Thank you. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. I now move to item 4.4, Urban Forest Management Strategies. There's a move Councillor Vergara, seconded Councillor Williams. Any discussion?
I wanted to move an amendment.
Sorry. Yes, you can in debate if you like. Is there any discussion, Councillor Vergara?
I'll say my.
Yes, thank you. There's a proposed amendment.
Yes, it's been provided already. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Just to add before item 2, a line that says that a further report be brought back to Council on protection of bushland and waterways, consistent with paragraph 1 of the 341, which is the report itself, and amend 3, the current 2, to add and the report on the protection of bushland and waterways. Just as a bit of a background to this, although the urban forest strategy...
Sorry, Councillor, is that accepted?
Can I see the 3?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Can I explain why?
Not quite yet, but yes, because the...
Are you proposing a new point 2?
Yes.
Would you say that again?
Oh, sorry, if we can bring it up, I think.
It is coming.
Yeah, right.
On its way. Councillors, I will just warn you all, at 9:30 we must move a motion to extend till 10. and we have to have everything in this business paper done until 10, unless it will lapse until February.
Okay.
Or an extraordinary meeting, which I'll call on December 24.
Or the meeting can be adjourned and we reassemble tomorrow.
Can't do tomorrow. I've got year 6 graduation.
Right.
It'd speed things up if I spoke about the reasons now.
It would, but I can't.
I'm happy to second it to speak.
No, it's not seconded. I'm asking if the mover and the seconder are comfortable to incorporate it into the motion.
There we go.
Here it is. Thank you. Now you can, the mover can assess it and see if
Yep,
she
I
is
accept
comfortable
that.
with it. You are comfortable?
Sorry, I'm not the seconder.
Sorry, are you comfortable, councillor Williams?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Are you aware of what's in the motion?
I am, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, okay. That is now the motion. Any speakers to the motion? For the motion? Against the motion? Councillor Preston?
Thank
Yes,
you
for the motion.
I just want to thank the council staff who were involved in the development of our heat map for the tree canopy. That is something that is incredibly useful and a great tool for our community members to be able to learn more about our tree canopy and the species of tree that exist in the municipality. And I think it will aid in the streamlining of DA processes and whatnot going forward. I know we're under time pressure, so I'll just stop there, but just to say a big well done and thank you for your efforts in producing that platform.
Thank you, councillor. Councillors, any further discussion? Councillor Williams?
Just briefly,
voting time.
yes. No, thank you very much. The report's great. Excellent process. I also like to acknowledge the role that the Bushland Management Advisory Committee played in assisting in developing this. So I think that needs to be noted.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if we could have you indulge from
General Manager.
It's my understanding that the director who's the author of the report, would like an opportunity to give his background aligned to that amendment.
Okay, thank you. Director.
Mr. Mayor, would I be able to ask what the expectation is for the further report to come back? What
does that mean?
do we need to? What are you looking for?
Sure. I just noted that the report refers to the fact that it covers bushland and waterways, but then all of the policy components relate to urban trees. And it could be as simple as it acknowledging the need to preserve critical habitat, for example. I just think that there's a missing component which goes from the preamble to an actual policy around habitat and trees where it's not urban or not street trees.
Would that an extra part within the strategy suffice?
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Councillors, there being no more debate, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against, that is carried unanimously. Item 4.5, boat trailer parking, Gladesville Road policy. Moved Councillor Vergara, seconded Councillor Williams. Councillor, I wish Councillor Lane you'd stuck your hand up a bit earlier because you've got an amendment. Councillor Vergara, would you like to speak to the motion?
I have a question.
Yes.
I just, why, the purpose of the trial, in my view, is for council to gather information to assess the desirability and utility of the proposed no parking.
Yep.
So I don't understand why that requires consultation. Isn't it under the International Association for Public Participation, that spectrum, there are things which require consultation, things that can just be information and proceed. This one, given it's a trial to get information to assist us to make a decision, why isn't that just a information, proceed, and then come back for a decision on?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would normally go out for consultation so that we would allow the community to be informed that this is happening. There are a lot of people who are very much will be affected, and it gives them the opportunity to be informed. That's all. It's not just legislative. It's more as a consultation, out of respect for.
But that just sounds like a information. We're doing this. It's 6 months. That's not a consultation. You're not going to get feedback going, don't do it.
It's just a courtesy to let them know.
Okay.
Councillor Vergara. Okay. No.
Okay.
Yes. No. Okay. Councillor Lane, you have you're going to get up and say you have an amendment.
I have an
you'd
amendment.
like to make.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say to Sarah, please pull up the amendment, unless it's very simple. It's one line.
Yes, it is very simple.
Okay, so don't worry about pulling that up.
It's adding one location, which is Durham Street North Side.
I agree with you, Councillor Lane, but there's going to be so many people that want it on their streets as well, but I do agree with you, so.
It is a particular place where there's a lot of boat trailers, and I worry that with the trial, it would push all those boat trailers onto Durham Street otherwise. Just in relation to what Councillor Vergara was saying.
All right, Councillor Lane, let me just, is that amendment accepted by the mover and seconder?
Can I just get the director's view on the consequences of that?
That's fine.
Cool. It's accepted. Councillor Vergara, have you spoken to the motion? You have. Is there anyone speaking against the motion, for the motion? Councillor Lane.
Sorry, just one last thing. Councillor Vergara, I agree with you. Trials are a form of consultation. And so the other amendment that I would propose on the floor is where we've got the word consultation is carried out for the introduction of that parking restriction for a 12-month trial. Could we change the word for a 6-month trial to including? And what that would do is it would make the trial part of the consultation itself. So we would be gathering information as we did the other parts of consultation.
Is the mover and seconder comfortable with that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Have we got that? Yep. Any further discussion required? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That is carried unanimously. Councillors, let me just check. We might need to move item 4.14 up because we have a speaker to that item. If we do that, and there's one more item that we'll have to deal with, but others could be moved in block. Councillors,
I'll
we have
move that way.
move to move item 4.14 up. Is it seconded? Sure. Seconded. Councillor Lane. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? That is carried unanimously. Councillors, we have one speaker, Jim Sanderson. Jim, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief on this one. I've spoken about it on many occasions. I think it's important in planning law that people who are affected by the development have the opportunity to speak to those who will be making the decision. The DCU is a body that has provided that for so long. And you go back to the history, and you, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Williams and myself would have had the experience of being on a council where councils actually made planning decisions. That was abolished, effective on the 1st of March 2018. At that point in time, the DCU became even more important. The DCU, at that point in time, was allocated or assigned decision-making for all cases where there was 1 to 9 objections. The reason for that was that at 10, then it became a decision for local planning panel. One of the things that needs tidying up in this area is that the way the number of objections is counted needs to be consistent between both the DCU and the local planning panel. I don't see there's any justification for the abolition of this important body that I've seen on numerous occasions contribute to delivering far better outcomes that might have otherwise occurred. And again, most people are not faced with the first DA next door to them or whatever that they come across. Most people will not have the ability to write an objection that will set out all of their concerns in a way that will necessarily be understood. Again, DCU provides a forum where they have the opportunity to explain those concerns and for DCU to understand, consider, and hopefully, mitigate the concern that's been raised. I think it's essential DCU continues, and my preference would be that the threshold be when there are 2 objections, and this is something that was fought out during the time that Councillor Williams was mayor and I was a deputy mayor, and that was a compromise that we came to with 4 councillors at that point in time being in favour of having the threshold of 2 objections.
Thank you, Councillor Sanderson. Good job. Any questions of Councillor Sanderson? Councillor Jim Sanderson, Councillor Vergara.
Not Mr. Sanderson, but
Yeah.
through you, Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Through to the director, through you,
Yes.
if a person had was not able to write written submission, would you take that, you'd meet with them and take their objection verbally? There's no bar to that happening, is there?
Director.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. We do that regularly when people come in front council over phone call. And we take on board their issues. If it's a serious matter, we hold off until we receive something in writing. So we need that in writing to go back to the applicant and tell them that it's a serious matter. But we don't ignore people. We don't ignore their concerns. Definitely. Don't forget,
Yes.
if there's an issue there legally, if we ignore them, written or unwritten, we're still liable. So we're going to be very careful how we deal with that.
So to be clear, people can still raise their objections with you either in writing or verbally.
The front counter over the phone.
And abolition of the DCU will not inhibit in any way people's ability to make objections to DOs.
Mr. Mayor, the intent of this report is basically not to diminish the consultation process, really to improve the process and fast track applications.
Yeah.
And as you can see, if you receive 5 more applications, we're more than likely to refuse the application because there's issues.
And things can only go to the DCU, as I understand it from that table you've got on page 681. Is it right if they're compliant with statutory requirements? Otherwise, if it's non-compliant, it has to go to the LPP. So non-compliance is greater than 10% LPP.
Yes. LPP gets 9 submissions enough, plus
Non-compliance.
Yeah. Major non-compliance.
So the things that are going to DCU are really largely compliant with statutory requirements.
But some because most of the ones that don't go to DCU are already automatically refused because they don't comply.
Yeah, perfect.
I have a question. How many DCU meetings have we had since we raised the threshold?
In the report, it says, Mr. Mayor, 0.
0. Yes. Councillors, we have a motion in the paper. Councillor Williams.
I'll move recommendation 1.
Only?
Only.
Is there a seconder? There is no seconder. Councillors, is there a move of the motion? Move the motion in the paper? Moved Councillor Vergara, seconded Councillor Tanesh Sleeman. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor?
My question is, why should an applicant that complies with the statutory requirements be put to the trouble and expense and time of a DCU meeting and process? In my view, where the application largely complies with stat requirements, in my view, that is the wrong balance. Except we need balance. We need people's ability to raise objections. But the process, the way it works at the moment, we have that in spades. And if it's not compliant and it's inconsistent with our statutory requirements, there's a process for that as well, which is the LPP. So in my view, this just corrects the balance. As I understand it, we're the only council that has this intervening step for largely compliant development applications. So all for it.
Thank you, Councillor Vergara. Any speakers against the motion? Councillor Williams.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I believe the unit is an important process that council provides, or opportunity council provides to its residents. It was born out of a time when there was little coordination or opportunity, little coordination within the council resources to come to a single point of view. It also stems from the fact that many of these applications that end up in the DCU have potentially neighbours that are misunderstanding or not able to identify a solution to what is quite often a reasonable way forward. So to me, this provides an opportunity for a collective outcome from the staff. It's then presented to both objectors and the applicant in a manner that can help resolve any issues or objections in a positive way, an experience that many in the community have done. It quite often circumvents the need to go to court because the matter's resolved between those parties in conjunction with the council staff. So to me, this has always been an important attribute to our planning process. Okay, it might be the only council that does it, but it does provide an important service to our residents, and it gives a single focus for discussion. The reason we've got no no meetings at the moment is because the bar's been set far too high in a previous decision by council. Two objections, I believe, is sufficient to warrant an attempt to conciliate, to come to a common understanding with the help of staff. So I think it plays a very important part in our planning system. I believe the threshold is too high and should be at 2. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Any speakers for the motion? Councillor Tenise. Sorry, you got a question, councillor?
Yeah.
Sorry, yes, councillor Cassano. Yes.
I don't know if you have that, through Mr. Mayor to the manager. I just want to know, you might not have this number on you, but do you know of, in cases that have gone through this process and gone through DCU, do we have a number of how many have successfully been dealt with in that space rather than proceeding to court? Do you know? You might not have it on you. That's fine if you don't. I just thought I'd ask.
Take that notice.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Tenise Lehman, speak for the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Couple of comments. So there's 2 points I want to raise. The second biggest issue that I came across in my door knocking was our planning process. And I'm with all due respect, and I've obviously raised it to council and to staff. I will do everything in my power as the councillor to ensure that we have clearly a very constructive and transparent process to the planning, but the hurdles we've put in place, the costs that we've pardoned to our community, and including this particular process, to me is just is unheard of. And again, I will do everything in my power on term as councillor to make sure that process is a lot more streamlined, a lot more cost effective for both parties, because we at the council have incurred costs when we got to go to the land environment court. I don't even want to go down that path and discuss that, because you'll have me here till midnight. But I very much support.
Can't go to midnight,
I
councillor.
know, because I've got to get up at 3 hours after that. I do strongly support this, and again, not only this is anecdotal from what I've heard from people around the community, but our community engagement survey again indicates that whether it's a rezoning on a dwelling, whether it's an extra window they want to put in, whether it's a roof replacement, the amount of process paperwork that we go through, particularly when they're compliant, I think it's just completely ridiculous, and I don't. And I would like it scrapped away, and I'd like a lot of other issues scrapped away, but we'll deal with this point today.
Thank you. Ms. Lehman. I will just make a general comment, because I think I've raised this issue many times with frustrated staff members. There's not a single councillor that ran in the last local government elections that didn't raise or have raised with them the issue of DA processing times. This is a marked process that has hampered Hunters Hill Council's capacity to process DAs in a timely way for a long time. You have a recommendation from the professional staff member that has to deal with that process day to day. The DCU is unique to Hunters Hill, but also was born of a time when it was designed to speed the DA processing time up, where if there was the capacity to approve a compliant DAs in between council meetings, it gave staff the capacity to approve non-controversial DAs, so that the process was faster. It now has the exact opposite effect. So for us to retain this, I think, would be a betrayal of the commitments of everyone in this room that were made during the election campaign period, and I certainly am very, very much for it. Councillors, is there any more discussion? Councillor Lane, speaking for the motion, against the motion?
For the motion. Yeah, look, I agree. I think that speeding up DAs by getting rid of small forums is not a problem. I think, though, the fact that we haven't seen any 5 to 9 objections doesn't preclude a sort of black swan event coming about. And my concern is that, well, clearly it's not delaying things if no one's coming forward yet. But there still needs to be some way for those things that don't go to the local planning panel to be heard. And so what I would ask is whether or not there are other ways where there are significant objections that other councils use. For example, I was going to suggest perhaps that gets amended, appended to a council meeting so that we can allow those objectors to speak. But the question is, what do other councils do when there are significant objections that don't go to the LPP?
I'll ask the director to respond, but before I do, my understanding, and I could be corrected, is that they cannot come back to council. That would be, sorry, Councillor Williams, you are absolutely correct. Can I have a motion to extend the meeting to 10 o'clock? Move Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor Prieston. All those in favour? Against? That is carried unanimously. Sorry, thank you, Councillor Williams. Director.
What other councils?
What other sorry. I don't believe that you can bring that back to council. I think that would actually be in contravention of the Act. Right. But
Delegated authority.
Because it's delegated authority. But I'll get the general manager to comment that, and I'll get the director of planning to comment specifically on what other councils do.
Councillor Lane, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Lane, I can't answer your question about what other councils do, but happy to take on notice. But it cannot come back to council. Sure. Under the Environmental Planning Assessment Act, I'll read you this. The functions of a council as a consent authority in respect to any such area are not excisable by the councillors. They're excisable on behalf of the council by A, the local planning panel, or B, an officer or employee of the council to whom council delegates those functions. So it couldn't come back to council for approval.
Sure.
Yeah.
Through you, Mayor. What I should explain to you what we do internally from 0 to 5 now is when we get objections, we not only meet with the objectors, we visit their site, we look at the issue, we address it in the report. We've got a requirement to ensure we do an assessment, a proper assessment, to ensure if under the Act, we assess every application properly. So we document and we assess it and we consider it internally. We also, the 3 officers sit around and discuss that particular issue and we sign off on it together. So basically, we have got an internal process to ensure we do everything properly. What do other councils do? They do that similar to that process. It's an informal internal process, but I can come back to you to identify what they do. Most councils do nothing. Most councils do delegation on the officer and the LPP. It's a standard practice as from 2017, but I'll come back to you and I say that we don't treat it lightly and we do consider in the report, in open report, and we consider it as an internal.
If we could bring it back, that'd be
yes. We'll take that on notice. Councillors, any further discussion? Councillor Prieston, briefly as you can.
Can I speak to Councillor Lane through you, Mr. Mayor?
You can ask a question of Councillor Lane if you wish, but you can speak to the motion.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Councillors, any further discussion? Right of reply, councillors? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That is carried with Councillor Williams' dissent.
Do we have a motion, Mr. Mayor? That we do 4.15 to 4.20 in a block.
4.15 to 20?
Yep.
You can move that motion. Do you want to include any of the other policies?
Oh, that was a nice one.
Good enough. That's a nice block. Okay. Yes, I will. That's moved. Is it seconded?
Sorry,
Can we just know
clarification?
Yes.
You're 4.15?
4.20.
That's for development applications that have been determined?
Yes.
Some issues with those.
Can
I?
They can be that. So
Sorry,
if it is moved and seconded, and we move them into block, you can ask questions about anything in those papers during the debate on that.
Yeah. Well,
Moved Councillor Vergara, seconded Councillor Prieston. I'll put that to the motion. All those in favour? Against? That is carried unanimously. I'll now move to items 4.15, development applications determined under the delegated authority, November 24. Report on legal matters, November 24. Delegations over the Christmas period, New Year period. Summary of council investments as at 30 November 2024. Council briefings and workshops. Minutes of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee held on 17th of October. Councillors, is there a mover to those motions? Moved Councillor Tanu-Sleeman, seconded Councillor Vergara. Is there any discussion? Councillor Tanu-Sleeman.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask a couple of questions? And I don't know if I can get specific answers, but through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director of Planning, and please advise me if I can't go to the explicit specific development application. Can I go through one by one?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Your question one by one.
Thank you very, very much. DA 20200177. I don't understand the refusal. Again, I'm not an arborist, I'm not an expert. I'm sort of going back on this principle that I'm really starting to get perplexed why we make it so hard for our residents. But pruning's not going to be that solution. The residents have put a very serious concern. They've got a tree that's protruding out of their driveway. It's obviously raised a significant issue. And then to say that, well, it's healthy, so we're not going to get rid of it. And secondly, well, here's some very options on how you want to potentially replace the pavement.
Councillor, have you got a question?
My question is, well, I don't think it's good enough. And I
would be very cautious in DA processing that the professional staff have made an assessment on the policies that we have. We can't pass comment on the approvals that have been made or not made. We can change policy that would give effect to changing the assessment. But I'd be very cautious just when discussing DAs, make sure that you keep the comments.
And look, and again, I thank you for putting that in order for me. What I would say that I do have an issue with policy, and I'd like to in what format you would recommend, and through advice, how do we look at that process and that policy, because I'm not in agreement.
Yeah.
But I do have a lack of understanding on why those decisions were made. I'd like to understand it in more detail.
I'm happy for the director to speak to it, but I'm sure that the director and the general manager would be happy to have councillors briefed on the policies for tree removal, for example, in the new year, so that we can hopefully clarify what any concerns that you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I also make comment on two other applications. Again, whether it's probably the information that we're presented with, and whether I potentially can ask those further questions, but when there is a refusal and there's the refusal on the Development A 474, Development A 0107, refused. I'd like to understand what they're not compliant, they didn't meet the conditions, because I didn't get that detail. I would like to understand, am I allowed to understand the detail?
Director.
11 Boranby Street and 66 High Street.
High Street?
Through
Yeah.
you, Mayor, what we can do, like the Treasury, we can put the reasons for refusal on the next table. Is that what you like?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I would very much appreciate it. Thank you.
On the refusal.
Thank you very, very much. That's all I have to say.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Tanu-Sleeman. Councillors, Councillor Prieston.
Can I just make a quick comment about item number 4.18?
You may.
I just want to say how good it is that our investment portfolio is returning above our benchmarks.
Excellent.
In that regard.
That's good. Interest rates are high though. Councillors, any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. We now move back to item 4.6. Which we have to deal with 4.6 to 4.13. Councillors, can I just ask, of all those issues, can I just ask which of those councillors would like to address? Otherwise, we'll move them in block. Obviously, committees of council has to be done as there are recommendations in there. But of those, which of the motions would you like to speak to? And if there are none, I might ask for a motion to move them in block. Sorry, 1 sec. Can I just ask if anyone would like to speak to any specific motions outside of committees? Councillor Lane?
Yeah.
Yes, which motion? Which?
4.6.
4.6, that's fine.
You-
Sorry, Councillor Kassab, yes?
You just moved those in block, didn't you?
did.
When people spoke. So can't you do the same thing?
You
this
can,
time?
but the committees of council has a specific set of
No,
resolutions.
that's fine. I'm not talking about that. I just,
This first
like,
one, the net.
can I make a comment
Sorry,
to
sorry.
other ones?
You may.
Even if we do it in
Yes,
block? Yeah, it's
yes.
not making changes. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Councillors, 4.12. Councillor Prieston.
So could we move 4.7 to 4.9 inclusive?
Sorry, is there any other motions other than 4.6 and 4.12? That's it? Okay, can I get a motion potentially, I'm just making suggestions here, moving items 4.7, 4.8, 4.9, 4.10, 4.11, 4.13?
Not 4.10.
That's
That's
Sorry,
committees.
not 4.10. So 4.7, 4.8, 4.9, 4.11 and 4.13. Moved Councillor Kassab, seconded Councillor Prieston. Any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That is carried unanimously. Councillors, I'd ask you to move the motions in the papers. Move the motions. Move Councillor Vergara, seconded Councillor Lane. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Kassab? Yes.
I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make two quick comments. Just in regards to 4.11. Just in regards to, I just wanted to, just some positive comments. That congratulate the fantastic individuals and groups that were nominated for this year. It was great to sit on the panel with some of the other councillors as well. And I look forward to Australia Day next year where we can present to the winners as well. And then just 4.13. I just want to say, obviously we've gone ahead with it, but I just want to say that I had the pleasure of attending Hunters Hill Music's final performance yesterday in the town hall. And it was a packed out show. It was my first time going along and it was really fantastic. So just wanted to congratulate Hunters Hill Music, and I'm glad that we can continue to support them and the work that Larita Delbridge does on their group. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kassab. Any further comments? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That is carried unanimously. Councillors, I now move back to item 4.6, draft net zero plan, draft sustainability policy. Is there a mover? Moved Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor Lane. Any discussion, Councillor Williams?
No, it's excellent.
Thank you very much. Councillors, any speakers against? Any speakers for? Councillor Lane.
Yes, so we could have moved it in block. I just wanted to congratulate the officers on this excellent report. And particularly identifying some short-term actions that do require some capex, but will reduce our long-term OPEX. I think that's a fantastic model and one that I look forward to seeing in the future for other policies.
Thank you, Councillor Lane. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That is carried unanimously. And again, I think on behalf of all council, thank you to the staff. It would have been a big effort to put that together. Now move to item 4.10, committees of council and community representatives. Is there a motion to move Councillor Kassab, seconded Councillor Vergara? I do note that there is some amendments that. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, can I just bring to the councillor's attention, at the compiling of this report, the Director of Planning has been advised by the National Trust of David Burton being their representative. We have been informed today at 11:22 from the Manager of the Executive Office and Corporate Policy of the National Trust of Australia that following a meeting of the trust, the National Trust, is that they wish their nomination on CAP to be Lucy Cray and not David Burton.
So that'll be an amendment to the CAP. Councillor Kassab, you had, sorry. Councillor Kassab.
Yes,
Heard the motion?
yes. With an amendment.
Yes, you've got
Which
an amendment. Have you sent?
I sent it
Yes.
through, yeah.
Sorry, can we pull the amendment up? Councillor Kassab, I can impress upon you that you have 15 minutes.
That's fine. So I just move amendment to item 2 of, so under, for the CAP, the Conservation Advisory Committee.
Yes, so so that council appoint the following 3 community members to CAP.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's to be added to your motion.
Yeah,
Right,
so
number 6. Sorry. Okay.
that be added to, yeah, change number.
Second, are you comfortable with that?
There's a typo. It's McCaffrey, R-E-Y.
E-Y.
Well, I wrote it how it was in the paper.
Um,
Can I propose another amendment?
sorry, as the seconder, you can propose one to the mover.
I'm going to ask the question.
Yes.
Um,
Sorry, councillor Vergara.
So this is for councillors Preston Williams, Leonie Rabison, who was on the committee last year, intended to nominate, but she's been overseas and missed the nominations.
She's in Paris.
Yes, so would you mind if she was a community member of the Arts Advisory Steering Committee for 2025?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yes, so there's a further amendment that we add an additional member to the Arts Advisory Committee being.
Leonie Rabison, it's been sent through.
Yes.
It's been sent through and proposed.
Yes.
No, it's just through you, Mr. Mayor, it's undersubscribed anyway based on what you passed.
Yeah, okay, all right, I don't think that will be a problem.
We only
Thank you.
received 4 nominations.
Sorry, councillor Kassab, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, that becomes the motion. Councillor Kassab, I have a simple question for you, which is there is only capacity for 2 for a community member on CAP and an alternate. You've proposed
sorry.
3 names.
Yeah.
Could I just ask how we deal with that?
And so
Sorry, councillor, I'm just going to allow councillor Kassab to deal with that first.
But I believe we were going to do it as a pool, and we were going to deal with the pool process in the terms of reference. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, could I have the freedom just to make a comment here?
Yep.
If you're going to consider this, that's your prerogative, but could we just request that because you're essentially changing the makeup, can you just be very clear what you want in regards to those 3 community members? So the way it was structured and carried by resolution was that there would be 2 community members, 1 with 1 alternate, but only 1 attended the meeting. So if you move 3, how many of those community members do you want at any CAP meeting? That's my question.
What I heard is that you wanted to pool them and do it in a similar way to LPP or something.
There's
something
only
like
1
that.
attend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the planning would make the call. I'm not making the call as chair. But yes, I would imagine much like the local planning panel, you'd rotate.
You rotate. Yeah.
Does that have to become part of the motion, or can that be dealt with in terms of?
I would, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would prefer it to be part of the motion, so it's crystal clear that it's a pool of 3 people, but only 1.
Sorry, can we just pull up the motion? Yeah,
The...
we pull the motion up, please. Sorry, Sarah.
Subject to the council's view, but it just makes it clearer for the function of the committee.
Sorry,
if the director knows what your intent is.
Council appoints following 3 community members to CAP. Yes, and I think just put that 1 council appoint the following 3 members, and then maybe dot point the 3 members, and that 2. I'm in your hands, councillor Kassab and Vergara. That 2. The 1 member in attendance is chosen by from the pool.
Yeah.
Of okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable with that, councillors?
Yeah, that's
yes. Okay.
Please ask the question.
Yes, councillor Priest.
Thank you. Through you to the general manager. What did you say about Lucy Craig?
What I said was in the report.
Yeah.
At the time of writing the report.
Yep.
The director of planning had informed me that the National Trust had nominated David Burton as their representative, which was part of the resolution passed for the composition of the CAP committee. And earlier today, the National Trust has advised the director of planning that they wish to switch that member from David Burton to Lucy Cray. And I'm sure that all councillors would be familiar with who Lucy Cray is. No. She's a well, with respect, it's probably better if the director gives a very quick snapshot of that.
Mr. Mayor, Lucy's been a valuable asset to CAP previously. She's an architect, she's a local, she knows it well, she works well, and she's solution driven. She was here tonight in the stalls.
Yes. Okay.
Highly recommend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you need an additional fourth to clarify?
A fourth, sorry, councillor.
Fourth recommendation.
Sorry, councillors, can I please, there is not much time left. It has to be done in an orderly way. Councillor Williams, what are you asking?
That we have a fourth part of the recommendation that acknowledges the change of people for the National.
As it's the National Trust representative and we've got the correspondence, that's the nominee is the National Trust representative, so I don't think so, councillor.
And we're not voting on the accurate
Yeah.
report in the paper.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Can I just suggest that you do document that, because in the report, I'm actually asking for you to.
Okay, we can make that amendment in the report, and I'm happy for the document to be tabled, councillors, please. Okay, so we have those amendments to the motion. Are we all comfortable? Is there any discussion? Councillor Lane.
Thank you. I wanted to discuss a couple of other nominations. I'm concerned by Simon Frame's nomination to the Bushland Management Advisory Committee.
Yes. Sorry, councillor, do you want to?
Sure.
And if you talk to the motion.
The detail that was provided to councillors, in my mind, is inconsistent with the purpose of the Bushland Management Advisory Committee. I don't think I don't want to. It doesn't necessarily need to be read in if everyone has a copy, but it's in the CVs that we were provided, and I think that therefore I don't think that's an appropriate inclusion. And the other one was in relation to the Sports and Recreation Advisory Committee. I have concerns with the nomination of Michael Clayton as the community nominee. I think that that position was abused in correspondence on behalf of the club that the president had to later apologise for, and therefore I don't think someone who was invoking their position on that committee in the election should be returned to the committee.
Thank you, councillor Lane. Councillors, there is a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
Where's the motion?
Yes, so it's a motion in the paper with the amendments that have been proposed by councillor Kassab, which is that council determine the two community members of CAP be appointed to the CAP has been amended to the council be appointing the following three community members to the CAP: Simon Frame, Felicity McCaffrey, Arthur Connergrave. That one member is chosen from this pool to attend the CAP meeting. That the Arts Advisory Steering Committee, in addition to the representatives in report Leonie Robinson, to be advised as a community representative. And that's the motion that stands. And we've got the amendments to the motion that are going to the additions to the report, which will be amended. Councillors, any further discussion?
Yeah, I suppose the purpose of my previous one was to propose an amendment to remove those two people.
Then those committees would be undersubscribed.
Sure.
Okay. Are you moving that amendment?
Yes.
Simon Frame and Michael Clayton. Is that seconded?
Yes.
Moved. Seconded. Councillor Williams, would you like to speak to the motion?
I already have.
The mover and second.
Do you want to include that in your motion? No. Okay. Do you like to speak to the motion?
I've already spoken.
Yes. Is there any speakers for the motion, against the motion? Sorry,
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I've got, I've pulled it through an amendment.
we're just dealing with this at the
Beautiful,
moment.
thank
So
you.
we'll have to deal with that first and then we'll deal with that. Is there any speakers for, against? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Sorry.
I'll do that again. All those in favour? Against? That is lost. Councillor Tanos Lehman, sorry. You have a question, an amendment, a
Yes, I have an
change?
amendment to.
We have 8 minutes to close this meeting out. So yes,
Probably
quick.
80 seconds. I forwarded through the amendment. I don't know if you want to. Anyway, I propose an amendment to, we had over 8 members, I think 8 nominations through for the Sustainability Committee. I'd like to recommend to bring it down to 5. I think 8's too many. And I've put a proposal forward.
Okay. Okay, so can we, so is there, Andy Robinson, Sustainability Advisory Committee, number of representatives maintained at 5, following representatives be appointed. Okay, is that, so that last point is your proposed amendment?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Is that included? Are you comfortable, mover and seconder, for that to be included? Yes. Okay, we're moving now. That becomes the motion. Any further discussion, councillors?
Yes,
Councillor Lane.
Thank you. I just don't understand the removal of people like Lisa McLean that are running Sustainable Australia, or former councillor Elizabeth Crassoy from the Sustainability Advisory Committee, given that she ran that committee. I think it's an unnecessary change to a good committee with good representation.
Okay. All right. Councillors, would anyone like to speak to the motion? For the motion, against the motion? Councillor Kassab, you will have right of reply at the end. If does everyone understand what's in the motion? Yes. Could I just pull the motion up one more time? Sorry, I'm going to read it out just for absolute clarity. This meeting's become a little confused. Sorry, Sarah. My fault. Okay. So the motion now reads that in addition to the motion in the paper, that council appoint the following 3 community members to the Conservation Advisory Panel: Simon Frame, Felicity McCathrie, Arthur Conograve. That one member is chosen from a pool to attend CAP meeting. That the Arts Advisory Steering Committee include in addition to the representatives, include the Andy Robinson as outlined in the report. In relation to the Arts Advisory Steering Committee, where in addition to the representatives, the report, we need to delete that. First dot point. And that for the Sustainability Advisory Committee, where the number of representatives to be maintained at 5, and the following representatives appointed: Arthur Conograve, Christian Halzidis, Carrie Hamilton, Gabriella Mitsis, and Helen Wilkin. That is the motion. Councillor Lane, do you have a question? You've already spoken to the motion.
Yes, it's just a question. Can you just add a 5 that notes the change to the nominee?
The change is noted in the report, because the report had the original, and this is the amendment. Councillors, is there any further discussion?
Yes, Mr Mayor. How long have we got left?
We have 4 minutes.
Can I please indulge? Can I just request that, please, that somebody in item 1 does move and makes a statement that you've noted the change from the National Trust?
We can add an addition. That will be noted in the report, and the
it won't be
tabled.
We're
Okay, councillor, I'll add it to the report if the mover and seconder are comfortable. What would you like to add? Another point 5?
Point 2. That one member chose
Yes.
and the National Trust representative is Lucy Craig.
Yeah, and council acknowledges that. Yeah, council acknowledges.
just say the
National Trust representative
is
is
replaced with.
Is acknowledged. Yes.
No, that's not
Replaced as well.
Yeah. With Lucy Craig.
Yes, with. Thank you.
All right, councillors, are we comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you need a right of reply, councillor?
I just wanted to,
Yes.
thank you. I just want to make one point, that we didn't change the numbers. What we voted on for sustainability was 5 community members. But the report we were given was there was 8 people that had applied, and the report suggested that we have all 8, whereas Councillor Sleeman is suggesting that we go back to the original number that we voted on at a previous meeting.
Okay. Thank you, councillors. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Now, the only item that we have left is the 4.12, the local government heritage grant, before we get to other items. Councillors, councillor Bagara moved, seconded councillor Williams.
I just have an amendment.
Yes, okay. You
Very
have to be
quickly-
incredibly
very
quick.
Quickly, the amendment just makes clear that the 8,200 is not a 50% contribution in relation to the grant, that the 50% contribution is the 6,250, and then I think we should do the digitisation of existing photographs, whether or not we get the grant. That's it.
Okay. Councillors, are you comfortable with that? Has that been circulated?
No.
Okay. The council budget funds for a heritage, sorry, I'm going to read the motion just so that we're clear. Sorry, can we roll up? Item 1, that the council receive and note the report. Item 2, the council budget the funds for a heritage digital photography project over the next 2 financial years, estimated based on a received quote, 8,200 for digitalisation of historical photographs and images relating to heritage items. Item B, 6,200 for the remaining digital photography. 3, council proceed with the digitalisation of the historical photographs and images relating to heritage items in the Hunters Hill Council area over the next 2 financial years. The budget is $8,200 in funds. And that council consider making it a requirement of the development applications in respect to heritage items that Hunters Hill Council area, that such applications are accompanied by digital photographs of the subject heritage item. Moved and seconded. Any speakers?
Very minor.
Yes.
Just at the very end for where available.
No, I think they should take them. Like if you've got a day.
Oh, I see. Okay, fine.
Yep. Yes, fine. I know. Councillors, any further discussion?
Consider it. You don't have to.
Any further discussion?
No.
No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Thank you all. We have no. So questions with notice. Councillor Williams, are you happy to take them read, or would you like to raise them again at the next meeting?
I'll raise them at the next meeting because it doesn't answer the questions.
Okay. Well, let's have them rolled over. Councillors, any items of general business? I hope not.
No.
My only item of general business is to say to everyone, Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year to you all. You have bonbons here at your desks. We can pop them now. I will declare the meeting closed at 9:59 and 58 seconds.
Do we have a rule?
You can't go past 10.